Peace, peace. What up, though? Let me get my mic together. Hmm. Mic check 1 2. Let me know what we sounded like. We go to mic check 1 2 1 2. And y'all drop a 1 if the mic good. Okay. They say we Gucci. What up, though? In the real Ian John way. Trying to work this mic, man. I just got it. Man, y'all ready to pop out, bro? What's in the news today? Ariana, what up, though? What up, though? What we have in the news today? Man, is the world a crazy place or nah? Is the world a crazy place or nah, man? Man, there's a lot going on. I say that, man. What a time to be alive in this era. You know, a lot of things are coming to the light. But a lot of things coming to the light. Y'all favorite Uncle Umar is back in the news. So unless y'all been hiding under a rock, this nigga is back thugging in public. You know, last year after he got evicted, you feel me? He kind of went off the map, you know, and people in this little circle started trying to, you know, pop it, going to his enemigos, but Umar is back with a vengeance. And he said the doors to the school are open. Man, we got that and a lot much more. He even created a new group, he says, to combat this American ideology. And so Tariq Nasheed and the FBAs, they said it ain't gonna be easy. They ain't going out without a fight. So now we have the misclassification wars taking place. Ain't that a bitch? Man, we got the we got the age of misclassification. We'll talk about it on the other side. Let go.
Talk to me.
Whoa.
Already gave you the
time and the place.
Don't be shy.
Come be the girl I need.
Tell me you got something to give.
I want it.
I kinda like it when you call me wonderful. Whatever the time to talk, it is come on them. I gotta know you're meant to be the man I need. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Be the man that I need, baby. Talk to me. Be the man that I need. Talk to me. Be the man that I need, baby. Talk to me. Be the man.
What's up, BCU?
I think you feel the same way.
What's up, Jamie? They get some flames in the building. Dave Lawler.
Baby, let's get on the same page.
Nate, Bridge, Black House.
Already know I can leave it alone. Oh my. Already gave you the time and the place. Don't be shy.
Come be the queen I need.
Tell me you got something to give. I want it. I kinda like it when you call me wonderful. Never the type to talk, it is come on there. I gotta know you're meant to be the man I need. Talk to me.
Yo.
Talk to me. Talk to me.
Yeah.
Talk to me. Talk to me. Be the man that I need, baby. Talk to me. Be the man that I need. Talk to me. Be the man that I need, baby. Talk to me. Be the man.
Yeah. Let the beat ride. Let the beat ride. We finna eat on this track. Gang. Big Indian Biddy, man. Big Indian royalty, man. You see it out on the screen, man. Busting out in your face, man. What we doing, man? Where my flames at? Y'all rocking with the youth? And they go a little something like this.
Knowing down the line, you the buster type. Knowing that you lying, we don't go for the hype. Catch up from behind, niggas know I'm a sniper. Second when I drive, baby, know what I like. Hey. Get that pussy wild, let me go for a dive.
Hold up. They throwing ass in the tonight. It's going up tonight.
You getting fucked tonight, you with it tonight. I pay whatever the price, I knock her down on my strike. I wanna feel it inside, giving me is enticing. Your pussy is my vice, I see you, we gon' fight. You getting fucked tonight.
Hey, share the video out, Look at Kid and jumped in here. Look how that done. They ain't believe. Whoa. Somebody said we riding behind 10. All right, let's get to the show. We ain't gonna be here all night.
I like that Honduran cigar, the spirits rise. Smoke curling like ancestors whispering in the skies. Dr. Sebi in my left ear saying heal from inside. This ain't no new plan, we the ones they try to deny. Before Columbus ever dreamed the ship to steer, we was building mountains, doing rituals with no fear. From Yucatan to Galveston, New Orleans near.
That's a triangle soul, but the map being clear.
Second lines ain't parades, that's ancestral rights. Tambourines and feathers under full moonlight. We ain't immigrants now, we the original man. Built pyramids and bone flutes before Rome took flight. Top cat said it loud, stop begging for permission. Our culture ain't missing, it's just deep in tradition. We ain't African cause they told us.
Man, look at that picture, man.
The land speaks Creole.
Fuck that, nigga, I'm getting that frame.
We been here through the blood and the drum, through the elders, the chants and the kiss of the sun. Smoke out from the leaf, yeah, we talk to the sky. And the ancestors' rhythm, we never die. We been here, oh yeah, we been here. Way before they lived their lives, we still live.
Sister Wonder,
we did so clear. Jaheim singing true through the pain and the tears. Granny sat me down, roll something slow. Said when you puff, give thanks. Let the cosmos know. I inhale the jungle, exhale the flow, spitting stories that the textbook still scared to show. Cigar lit like a toy.
Hey, hit me up, Dave. I got you.
Romans like prayers to the Orishas at night. New Orleans ain't a tourist tale, it's black divine. Where the jazz horns spend time and spirits align. Forget Columbus, we was dancing in stars, trading turquoise, dripping culture in bars. Drums talking codes, spirits moving cars, look close. The past ain't gone, it's just behind these stars. From Congo Square to Trammy porches, we built this land, no need for endorsements. The Mardi Gras beats ain't just for decor. That's so long, we scars before war. We been here through the blood and the drum, through the elders, the chant.
Hold on, y'all. Sister wanna say, run this shit back. Whoa!
The spirits rise. Smoke curling like ancestors whispering in the skies. Dr. Sebi in my left ear saying heal from inside. This ain't no new land, we the ones they try to deny. Before Columbus ever dreamed the ship to steer, we was building mountains, doing rituals with no fear. From Yucatan to Galveston, New Orleans near. That's a triangle soul, boy, the map being clear. Second lines ain't parades, that's ancestral rights. Tambourines and feathers under full moonlight. We ain't immigrants now, we the original man. Built pyramids and bone flutes before Rome took flight. Top cat said it loud, stop begging for permission. Our culture ain't missing, it's just deep in tradition. tradition. We ain't African cause they told us we remember the mission. The land speaks Creole, soul food and intuition. We been here through the blood and the drum, through the elders, the chants and the kiss of the sun. Smoke rise from the leaf, yeah, we talk to the sky and the ancestors' rhythm, we never die. We been here, oh yeah, we been here. Way before they wrote their lives, we still live. It's our home, not a place we disappear. James singing true through the pain and the tears. Granny sat me down, roll something slow. Said,
we spoke, get thanks, let the cosmos know.
I inhale the jungle, exhale the flow, spit stories that the textbook still scared to show. Cigar lit like a torch from ancient rites. Aromas like prayers to the Orishas at night. New Orleans ain't a tourist tale, it's black divine.
Where the jazz horns been time and the spirits align.
Forget Columbus, we was dancing in stars, trading turquoise, dripping culture in bars. Drums talking codes, spirits moving cars. Look close, the past ain't gone, it's just behind these stars. From Congo Square to Trammy porches, we built this land, no need for endorsements. The Mardi Gras beads ain't just for decor, that's soul armor, homie, we was gods before war. We been here through the blood and the drum, through the elders, the chants and the kiss of the sun. Smoke rise from the leaf, yeah, we talk to the sky and the ancestors' rhythm, we never die. We been here, oh yeah, we been here. Way before they wrote their lives, we still live. This our home, not a place we disappear. Jaheim singing true through the pain and the here, through the blood and the drum, through the elders, the chants and the kiss of the sun.
Turn up one time, man. Shout out to the goddamn American Indian anthem, man. Shout out to everybody in the building, man. Hope y'all tap that like button, share the video out, man. Get us in the algorithm. Hey, man, it's a button on YouTube called the hype button, man. Y'all make sure y'all go tap the hype button on all of the videos we dropping, man, so they can push us in the algorithm, you dig? Man, I ain't gonna hold y'all too long. So we understand that well, we'll go with this one because my other video download. Umar Johnson is back in the news, y'all favorite uncle. Back in the news. And he came out the other day and said that he built the school. He said this for all of his haters that ain't want to see him doing greater. He said he put his head down, got off social media, and now he got his school up and running. And he say, all you hoe ass nigga that went against me, it's over with. Bitch, I'm a Tunde. I am the Atunde. Hold on. Let me go back. Y'all favorite uncle. Hold on, let's get him up there. Umar, dang, he got on some clothes. Hit it big old bear. He think he got on some clothes too.
Peace and Pan-Africanism, peace and Pan-Africanism. Good Garvey Day to my continental Africans, my Nigerian, my Somali, my Liberia, my Congolese, my Angolan, my Lesotho, my South Africa, my Mozambique, my Togo, Benin, Cameroon.
Everybody he named ain't donate to the FDMG. Now I tell you this here, Tariq and the FBA's got a GoFundMe or whatever, they crowdfunded, however it is, you know. And you know, they stacking up them racks over there. Umar say, I don't like that shit, nigga.
Malawi. All my continental Africans, my Caribbean Africans, Jamaicans, and Haitians, and St. Kitts and Nevis, and Guadeloupe, and Trinidad and all my Caribbean Africans, peace and Pan-Africanism, to my Canadian African, my Toronto and my Montreal Africans and my Nova Scotia and my Australian Africans, my Sydney, Australia, my Melbourne, Australia, my Queensland, peace and love to my Panamanian, my Costa Rica, my South American Africans, my Brazil, my, where's Ivan Van Sertima from? Surinamese Africans, my Guyana Africans, peace and Pan-Africanism to my Texas Africans, my Philly Africans,
nigga, don't
my
nigga,
Jersey, New York, my Maryland, my Brooklyn.
Hey, fam, leave Texas out of that. Get out of Indian territory with that foolishness, that Quaker shit, that Baptist Methodist shit y'all brought down here. Nigga, chill. Don't say no Texas, nigga. This the wild, wild west. Nigga, we cowboys and Indians, homie. Bang, bang.
Queens, my money earning Mount Vernon, my Chicago, Detroit, St. Louis, Nashville, Knoxville, Memphis, my Oakland, my LA, my Phoenix, my South Dakota, my North Dakota Africans, my Kansas City Africans. Brothers and sisters, I just wanted to go live today.
Where did you get that shirt? Who convinced you that was a good idea? Let us see the jeans. Step back, nigga. Do a fit check. Fuck that. We know you ain't comb your hair. You ain't got no grease on. Cool. Step back from the camera. Umar is a big old soulful ass nigga. Dressed like an African. Coordination, color coordinate like an African. Step back and give us a fit check.
To give my 4 times great-grand cousin, the Honorable Frederick Douglass, his birthday present. I just wanted to go live for a few minutes. To give my 4 times great-grand cousin, the Honorable Frederick Douglass, his birthday gift.
And to the
Honorable Frederick Douglass, the greatest black leader in American history, to whom I'm related by blood. Frederick Douglass is a 2nd-generation descendant of Isaac and Betsy Bailey and the Prince of Pan-Africanism, Dr. Umar Ifatunde Oguntade. I am a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I am an 8th-generation descendant of Isaac and Betsy Bailey. We are both descendants of Isaac and Betsy Bailey, and on his 208th solar return. On the 208th solar return of the Honorable Frederick Douglass, my great ancestor, a completed school in your name and honor.
Jackson in
the Frederick Douglass and Marcus Garvey Academy has been swept out. All the trash has been taken to the dumpster, and we are ready for inspection.
Y'all done finally cleaned up.
Douglass. Give me some love. Give
you some love for finally cleaning up, nigga. What? That motherfucker like a roast motel, man. A bando. So now they done cleaned it up. He won't let a nigga in the house. We wouldn't. Yeah, you ain't let us in that house in about 9-10 months, and they done finally cleaned up. Now he want to have company.
Some black African love right now. Give me some black African love. We completed all the repairs on the centennial of Negro History Week, February 7th, 2026. And today, on Frederick Douglass's birthday, the black man who escaped from Baltimore through Wilmington, Delaware, Frederick Douglass, I am pleased to report to you, my great ancestor, that the school has been swept out. And on Tuesday, because Monday is a holiday, I think they celebrate Abraham Lincoln, who was an associate of yours. I think they celebrate President Abraham Lincoln, who was an associate of yours, Honorable Frederick Douglass. But the
okay, nigga, you want to talk about Abe Lincoln, nigga? I can talk about him. He finna be in my new book, and I'm gonna bring out all my genealogical records to show. Yeah, and he was a Cherokee Indian. Not only him, but his children, and his ancestors that came before him. The Virginia side, Virginia to Kentucky, homie. Virginia to Louisville, Kentucky.
Day after Monday, which is Tuesday the 17th, which is the eclipse in Aquarius, solar eclipse. Where my Leos at one time?
Sade, that nigga say he just swept in 10 11 months. He finally went in there and goddamn put a broom and a mop down.
Where my Leos at? Where my Aquarius at?
Well, y'all for a long time, man, so nigga, you a long way.
Solar eclipse day, we will contact the city respectfully and humbly and ask for them to come out and inspect the Honorable Frederick Douglass and Honorable Marcus Garvey Elementary School.
He been filling them out.
Turner John Jacques Dessalines Gymnasium, because we are ready to get to work. Are we not, brothers and sisters? Are we ready to get to work? Are we ready to start decorating our school? Are we ready to get ready for the grand opening? Our time.
Ooh, time out. Hold on, Umar. The devil is a lie. Asteroid says 129 likes. What's up, man? What y'all got going on? Hey, take the time to look down and make sure it's not you, fam. Tap that like button. What we doing, man? 129, 250, bro. That's just disrespectful. You know, this shit free. For y'all, come on, bro, man. Listen, nigga, I know it ain't nothing else to watch out here, nigga. You can go listen to some other shit. You can go out there and get colonized, or you can go join one of these groups with these new ass names. Like Umar got a new group called DAFA. Y'all heard of that? Umar new group is DAFA. So all that Pan-African talking out of that. We done made all of these niggas switch up what they had going on. Ain't nobody standing on their square no more. Everybody had to switch it up because they had to goddamn me change with the times. Or they was gonna be wiped off the map, non-existent. So a lot of niggas cling on to our talking points and our foundation. Now here come Umar following the wave. He done created his own shit. For niggas don't want to hear my like way, go join one of these other groups. And I guarantee you in 5 years, they will not be here. That because a tree with no roots bear no fruit, and they're using our foundation of just talking points. They're not exercising it. You feel me? They not really filled in. You feel me? It's just some shit that they heard that was American based, and so they picked it up and ran with it. Now here come Umar, since Pan-Africanism is no longer allowed on the block. He coming with a new movement. And y'all niggas that don't want to hit the like button or appreciate what we got going on over here, take y'all ass over there and join one of them groups.
Has come.
Y'all gonna be on the curb with y'all motherfucking bags in 5 years when it's brand new shit y'all then fell up under it. It's gonna be obsolete.
Where the school at?
Yeah, nigga, where the school at? The fuck? You the one with the school, nigga. You got all our money, mine included, nigga. Where the school at? You right. And take that goddamn shirt off, boy.
Go get some t-shirts made. Where the school at? And I'm going to mail them to all my haters, brothers and sisters. I'm going to mail where the school at t-shirts to all my haters, brothers and sisters. But let me do this. Not only am I dedicating this school to Frederick Douglass on his born day.
One thing for sure. What up, though?
Not only have we completely cleaned out the school and we ready for inspection on Frederick Douglass's 208th solar return, I want to also give all Black women their gift. And my gift to all African women around the world on this Black Love Day, this Frederick Douglass Day, my gift to all Black women, I don't care if you are in Angola or Alabama. I don't care if you in Jamaica, Queens, or Jamaican in the Caribbean. I don't care if you in Brooklyn or Botswana. I don't care if you in Puerto Rico or Pittsburgh. Do you understand me? I don't care if you in Guadalupe or Georgia. You understand? All African women from Brazil to Brooklyn to Botswana to Toronto to Sydney, Australia to the
Omar, you already came out and said you fucked on the bitch with some fishy pussy. Why do you think these women want that dick after you admitted the pussy was fishy and you still went in? Say the bitch was a throat goat, but you still indulge. You fucking fishy pussy, nigga, and then you still want to solicit the dick on the internet. You a bold brother. You might do be African. Dirty dick ass.
South Pacific to London and Paris and Australia and Ireland and Scotland.
Yeah,
all
that
my
nigga told us that shit. This nigga say pimping and pandering
today is a school for your sons. My gift to all my sisters on Frederick Douglass's solar return is a school for your boys. So we don't have to worry about them being mistreated, called the N-word, thrown in special ed, put on drugs, arrested, kicked out. That is my gift to all black mothers on this day. All black women on this day is a school for your son. And if you don't have any sons, we will be opening the Anna Douglas and Amy Garvey Academy in a few short years. So black women, today I dedicate this school to all my...
Umar, if it took you 20 for this one, you told us it was going to take a few months last goddamn time. By you saying years, nigga, you probably being old, gray in the wheelchair, nigga, by the time that some bitch open, nigga. Your few years is different than a hustler few years. Your few years is different than a nigga few years. Yeah, you got a whole goddamn different definition of a few years, nigga. The kids you want to make the school for graduated college now, fool ass nigga, when you started this shit.
My sisters, because I see you struggling with your sons. I see you crying over your sons. I see you fighting for your sons. And so now,
man, Umar, you done already told these people you want a double date and all this type of shit. Feel like, nah, nigga, you got applications and shit, application fees and shit like that, nigga. Talking about a bitch better, what that nigga was charging crazy amounts to date a fat nigga. Man, this shit wild. Now you talking about this for the women. Bro, you done fucked all of them. They own to your motherfucking ass now, nigga. This ain't about no kid. This is about single parent women who vulnerable and been sitting on that box. That nigga want to pop that cork like a motherfucking 1929 cabaret.
Now, on this day,
on this
my Valentine's Day gift to every black woman on the planet Earth is a school where your sons can learn free from the Snow Bunny lynch mob. I said,
and we can fuck in the principal office. I said,
the school where your sons can learn free from the Snow Bunny lynch mob.
And you can fuck the principal in the principal office. Hey, man.
Said a school, black women. My butter almond, my butter pecan, my sweet brown sugar, my light brown sugar, my dark brown sugar, my fudge, my African vanilla.
Hey, what's up with it, Unc? Pull up on me. Hold on, let me get the link to you. Hey, you wanted the link, Unc? Hey, this link only. Whoa. Damn. Hey, this link only for Unc right here. All right, pull up on me, Uncle George. Philadelphia in the building.
My African pina colada, my white chocolate, my cinnamon, my nutmeg, my agave, my
that's Sweet Feather name, nigga.
We have a school for you. Have you ever gotten a Valentine's Day gift better than this, sisters? Black woman, has a black man ever dedicated an institution to you on Valentine's Day? Has a black man ever dedicated a school to you for Valentine's Day? I just dedicated a school to all black women.
Nigga, why you outside? Ain't it cold? What's up with it, Uncle George, man? What's wrong with this nigga Umar, man?
That dude, you know he got mental health problems issues.
That nigga crazy. Yeah, man.
Yeah, I came up because I was trying to get in contact with you before I did my live stream today, but I wanted to ask you some questions because you teach the indigenous stuff. And I was telling the people, in the live stream today, I was like, a lot of times in our community, we use a lot of talking points and slogans, right? with not enough tangible things to get done.
Right.
Like a lot of people come, they might hear you say something, then they repeat it, and I'm like, yo, but he live in Texas, nigga. You live in Virginia. Like, where you? Like, where's your? You got to be able to show. If you say you indigenous, but let me preface it by saying this. I was saying how like a lot of the immigrants is coming here and they're using like the FBA and indigenous talking points to their claims. And I was saying like what they was doing, what I see Roland Martin and a lot of these immigrants doing now is I was saying like how they created the South Carolina Charter when they was bringing slaves over from Barbados in the 1600s, and then they made South Carolina was a charter 1712 and then ratified in 1788. So some people say that they lineage go back to the 17 and 1800s, but I was telling them like, yo, they can crowbar themselves into your reparations claim because they started the whole South Carolina chapter based off of what they teach. And I was saying, like, if you say you indigenous, you got to prove it. You can't just say I'm indigenous.
As a fact,
it has to be proven. So based off of what they teach scholastically in their schools, they can actually crowbar themselves into
and get the reparations.
Yes, because they can say, well, wait a minute, no, you come from Barbados, nigga, via Africa. We brought you here in South Carolina right here. And so I'm trying to explain this to the people. Like, yo, you got to know what you're talking about when you get on the floor to talk. Right. So I was saying like now we say with the indigenous, because I'm not that sharp when it comes to that, which you guys got that.
Hey, bring me on the show with you. I'll come
y'all got that part. But what I was showing was when we start talking reparations claim and we saying FBA, you gotta know whatever state you live in, you gotta know when that state was started, who was the slaves there,
right?
Who was the people there, right? Exactly. You gotta know all that. Like, all I'm saying is we gotta get out of the slogan talk and saying this stuff. Like, you gotta have paperwork to show. So what I was telling people, I was like, listen, I want to interview people, but I need to see what kind of paperwork you brought to the table, right? That you took to the government. And they showing, right, where they acknowledging certain things. Other than that, we still trying to make moves. We still trying to make it happen. And so that's what I was, just telling people today. Like, we gotta get stuff on record. Where
I'm gonna tell you something, Unc. Right now, you have Native American tribes who are having their higher ups, go talk to the vital statistics to get them to take down genealogy records.
Okay.
Because they can't find them, but we are finding them. And so they're saying that they're basically being accessory to wiping out their lineage. And we see a lot of these reservations being raided by ICE. So they're trying to make it as though, they're in where they need civil rights or protection from the government against us, because we're bringing files back and saying that we're the true indigenous people here. And that's something that they can't do, for us looking into their lineage.
I agree. And see, because I heard when you was breaking that down on Brother Rich channel the other night, right? And I was speaking about that. But what I'm looking at what the Democrats is doing now in this all-inclusive society, where they bringing these people over from the Caribbean and they putting them in our positions, right? What they're doing is they're taking what I was teaching today. Those charters of North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Texas, all these places, what they're trying to say is the reason why they're saying today that Black History Month is all of our month, because they're saying that our culture is their culture. We don't exist without them. I've heard Roland Martin was saying it. They was talking about these people, these slaves that they brought over here. And I know the dates, the numbers, and all that kind of stuff. What I'm teaching is what they got on record. What we're doing is we're going against what they got on record. So we're going against a multi-trillion-dollar industry.
Right.
So now we become public enemy number one, because if you let them do it based off of what they're teaching, that's why you have a Roland Martin. That's why you have a Stephen A. Smith. That's why you have a Brian McDonald and all these immigrants in positions of power. They feel like they can speak on things that happen here for us. Because what they're saying in this all-inclusive society is, no, your ancestry, if you could trace your ancestry back to the 1700s, they came from Haiti in 1790 during the Haitian Revolution. That's what they say. Your grandfather's Haitian. This is crazy.
Yeah, but when Haiti had amalgamation of people there, you had, Columbus and them, they went and landed there. Then you had the French there. You had different indigenous nations there. And at that time, Haiti was one of the most prominent for its trade, from natural resources.
Yes.
But they dropped the code New York in the 1680s, kicking, which would be the Black coast, kicking all black side who weren't under the Catholic faith. So we got to put that into perspective as well. You know what I mean? So,
but you understand what I'm saying, though?
I get it. I definitely get it. Like, I was just looking at Joy Reid. Yes. She Haitian. They on there trying to give black history lessons.
Yeah, their playbook is to counteract everything that we're doing. And the way they're counteracting it is what they're saying now is from 1791 to 1810, over 50,000 Haitians migrated. The majority of them came into Philadelphia, right? And they're saying that in 1791, they started to shape and change
the culture. Stop it! What the fuck?
Black community? Yes, this is written.
Damn.
Yes, but
we had to go help them when they was fighting. You feel me? We went over there to go help them.
But that's what I'm saying. But this is what they're doing. So while people was looking at like Sandra Babu telling us how we should do Black History Month, right, and you start to see them have use these talking points, and the Democrats is pushing this. Because what they're saying is, and then you see Umar, when Umar was on that guy Loon channel, he was saying, he said before 1776, we was under British rule. And when you study the British rule, what they were saying based off of what they put in their books, they were selling us back and forth. So we don't even know who we are. So now what they're saying is, no, nigga, that nigga over there, your cousin, he get to have say so now.
It's oh shit. It's wild that they would say that, and again, they say they want to hide. If they want to hide something from our people, they put it in the book.
Yep.
But we read now, and not only just are we reading literature, but we also reading records of our family. So, with that being said, them grouping us all in, that was the initial thought of foundation of the Black identity. Judge Joe Brown will tell you about that. They wanted to create a third world coalition with people in the islands and people in West Africa.
Yeah, and
it didn't work because he said in 71, in the 70s, they teamed up with Pan-Africanism, and a lot of them was intellectual. So they actually was reporting back from the conversations that was happening in the back room. And, that's how a lot of them ended up in jail, political prisoners. So I think it's really important. I think a lot of people, we need to understand the origins, because they're saying we're connected because they were connected, even though it didn't benefit us and it was something that they came up with. Mm-hmm. Secondly, on that, you brought up the Dems. The Dems are the ones who have been bringing immigration over to America the whole time to get immigrant groups to take our place. To kick us out of institutions and everything, especially in the South, where we were the largest population, even during the Civil War, we outnumbered them. So that's why the Union needed people in the South, in the Confederate States, to join them, because the numbers didn't match. So what did they counter that with? The Homestead Act. They started bringing over Eastern Europeans. Then later they came with the Ellis Island and the white population up to 1924 Immigration Act. Very key, and so.
But let me say this though, the reason why I came up, because Umar, Roland Martin, Bernice King, even when she spoke, see, when Bernice King made the comment to Shabuzi, she didn't separate herself from them. She made the statement that I hope you're not forgetting us, right? She didn't say you wasn't us. Yeah. What they're doing is they're bringing up now these charters, and when these charters, because this is what they're saying. Remember, what they teach is we're not indigenous. They teach that we're not. Right. They teach that the only time we came here is when we came here on ships. But what they're teaching is in 1619, only 20 Africans came. The so-called black people that came here via Caribbean.
Exactly, the West Indies.
Yeah, West Indies, and then they were shipped here. So now you know what that do? That gives them the leeway to say, no, nigga, that's why they don't have to put African in front of, they don't have to be African and Jamaican. You have to be African American, because they're basically saying you don't have an identity.
Exactly.
Group that don't have an identity. Everybody else, they could be Trinidadian, Barbados, and they have a culture, you don't, because your culture is their culture. This is what they're saying without saying it. But all you got to do is look at how they're replacing you. How do you replace the people that have a culture? If they don't think that you have a culture, then they just replace you.
So nah, that's a fact. Or they let someone else be the face of your culture, like we seen with Paula Dean, and now we seen with the guy Mr. Tenderism down in California, where the white boy then took his recipes and trademarked his saying, and then fired him from the restaurant. So
that's why I came to you. I know you, and I know you and Damon, and y'all know those dates, because I want to get people to start doing live streams to counter that, because I know how to counter some things, but I don't have an ego. I'm not that versed in. I know when the charters in South Carolina and all that kind of stuff, but you know the people who was there, because I was telling people today, if you say you indigenous and you from South Carolina, then you need to explain who the people was there, the dates. You need to be able to, you need to know more about that than they do. Because they know your story. The problem is you don't know your story.
You don't know it. There you go. There you go.
Because that's what they're doing. They're using this stuff now to try to, because they hear y'all. They hear us saying we're indigenous. They hear us saying we're FBA and we want to self-identify. The problem is I'm trying to tell people, forget the literature. This is a multi-trillion-dollar industry. You know how many books have been written to explain your existence? Now you want to go against this. Yeah. You're breaking down a whole industry.
Nah, so, for real. And look, this the source right here that showed them 1920 Negroes that came straight from the Library of Congress in the Virginia Company. That's who ran it from 1606 to 1626. Right here, they tell you that the passage, he brought not one thing but 20 and odd Negroes. And then he goes on to tell you that the Cape Merchant, at his best, he had a large, ample confession of the excellency range to take purchase well in the West Indies. So these people wasn't picked up from Africa; they was picked up in the West Indies, and like you said, after it was hijacked, they was brought over to North America. So, man, we have a lot of that information, and you right on point. But I was just listening to Joy Reid and them talking about Black history, and you know, that shit just bugged me out, man. Like, how can y'all speak for us? Go speak about Haiti history.
Because we don't have no identity. We don't have an identity. I've seen it. We're African Americans. We're colored. We're Negro. We're this. We're all these different things, whatever they want to call us. And the trick of it is, and this is when they saying that, how they were saying that they created hip hop. If you notice, they downplay and undermine everything that's associated with us. Everything that's associated with us. So I've been listening intently, right, on all aspects. So while people say, "Oh, we division," you got ADOS here, you got FBA, you got indigenous. But I'm watching what the Democrats is doing. They're coming in through the back door in a different way to try to get rid of all of it. And the way they're doing it is, well, you niggas ain't indigenous. We can prove it. And what they're saying is, if you say you indigenous, you need to have paper on the Congress floor, and the federal government need to recognize it. If not, you niggas come from Barbados. You niggas come
and see, that's the bullshit right there, because what we can prove is, like you spoke of the charters earlier, where in the 20th century, these people who are out here cosplaying as Native Americans, they was granted charters under the 1934 Reorganization Act.
Right.
Well, now it don't go through the bloodline. You have a United States government system set up where you have to vote. And that way they can manipulate the votes and put who they want in power. And so that's what happened from 1934 on. And that's why they wanted to kick the traditionals out of the tribe. But I'll say this here too. Roland Martin actually is familiar with FBA.
Yes, I know.
He have a lot of shit to say about FBA. And I like it because for so long, they've been able to control the narrative and be the face and the voice of our people. And now that the voice of the people is not saying the same thing. So he can't go back to them white folks and tell them, "Hey, I got these niggas in line." Because they're going totally different, in a different direction than him. And he can't get a grasp to bring them in.
And the thing is, though, one thing I like, because even in a lot of the FBA talking points where they talk about 1552 or 1532.
1524.
Yeah, what they got in the writings. But
I'm sorry, 26. My bad.
Okay, but they also teach that we was indigenous, so they're not running away from the indigenous part. Where the Pan Africans and all the other groups, they totally just this. What they do is totally wipe it out. But what I've learned in my studies now is why I came up to you, because I know that you know the dates and everything. I don't, right? What I've learned was if you don't claim indigenous, this is what I can see now. I can see it clear as day. If you don't claim indigenous, then you can't even claim your culture in America. You can't even claim it. You don't have no culture. Your culture in America belongs to the diaspora. Because they're saying that you are the diaspora that made the culture in America. That's a fact. That's what they're saying now.
Exactly how that tell us that food in the Gullah country and in Georgia comes from Africans, brought the seasoning, and that Scottish people came and brought chicken, and the Irish brought soul food. So these things that they telling us, but if you look it up under Native American cuisine, soul food is right under it, and so they hide it. But again, like you say, the mainstream and what they're pushing is to keep us in the mindset of an immigrant, and that's why they keep saying the Dems one keep saying immigrants built this country when this shit was built up before they got here. America been built up, like in Philadelphia. You know what a town hall at, right? In Philadelphia. Now you see that they say that was built in the 1800s, late 1800s and 20th century. That building been there since medieval times. It's indestructible. It will not move. They cannot tear it down because they don't have the skills or the knowledge to rebuild it. Plus, why take it down when it's indestructible? They got 36 feet Benjamin Franklin up there standing on the top. As soon as you come in Philly, that's the first thing you see on the highway. So, it's a lot of history. America older than what a lot of people think. A lot of the history is here. And I agree with you. They trying to give it away to someone else, but it's on us too, because they're able to do the things they do because we're not in proper representation. If we're not going to claim it, then somebody else can come in.
This is what I'm saying in the time that we in now, because and I got a lot of pushback from a lot of our people, because not because they was angry, they just don't understand. I was saying, like, we got to get off this talking points and slogans, because we got to understand we're going up against a multi-trillion-dollar industry.
Facts.
They have all the books on their side to try to counter what you're teaching. And they say, no, that he don't know what he's talking about. Then they'll pull out fake DNA. They'll pull out these encyclopedia journals. They done wrote all this stuff to substantiate their claims. So now we walking in there with our claims. So I'm telling people, we got to get past talking points. I'm indigenous. To where? To what? To who?
Yeah, you hear me? Now I say this here, man. That's what I went on along. Even the first 3 genealogists out of FBA, they sit right with me, and I taught them how to do genealogy. I helped them find their families on the roads and all of that. And I admit, man, they took the game and really put it to work, even more than a lot of Indians that were sitting around me every day. And so now I gotta admit it. You know what I mean? So they actually heard me out, and they went and done the work.
Right.
So I always give FBA their credit on that.
But that's because FBA is the same. It's just the lineage.
It is. We cousins. We cousins. We cousins like a motherfucker. And I know at the end of the day, if something go down, we all gonna fight together.
Yeah, and see, I need y'all, because I need to know how to counter when they come with this, these charters and stuff like that. Like when they say, okay, well, they brought us here, how do we counter that? That's the thing. I don't know how to counter that yet. Watch
this here, the burden of proof not on us, because we're having this conversation in America. Right. So the other side of the coin is saying that we're immigrants here to America. Right. So the burden of proof is not on us, because we're not in Africa arguing the fact that we're Americans. We're on the American land, telling them to prove when we got here, how we got here, what ports, and give us the names. who win, what, where, why, and who. You feel me? And all that type of shit. So if they can't answer those questions, the burden of proof is not on us. It's on them. You know, especially for the people who say they are from Africa. You know, the all life started in Africa theory, then coming to 1885, 1887. So that's a brand new concept or theory, brand new theory.
Right. What's the literature or the information of the indigenous people that was actually in the Caribbean too? Y'all have a lot of that, right?
Right. We got two good scholars on it. Our sister Sweet Fella, she actually out of Philly.
Okay.
So whenever I get up there, man, we do like a little lecture or something. I'm definitely gonna bring her out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I gotta bring you on. Because what's one thing about me, I don't have an ego. If I don't know something, I go to the people that I think know. I don't talk about something I don't know about. I talk about what I know about. And I know I saw the play that the Democrats was running. And when Sandra Babu and all them came on there, and I said, oh, that's
what we doing.
Yeah, I said, oh, I see the play. But what I did was, because I come out of the Pan-African, I knew the African history. Right. And I knew what they said and how they created these charters, but I didn't know how to counteract it because I don't know like maybe the black tribes or the people that was there. I know the people that they brought there, but prior to them bringing them there, what was happening at the time? That's something that I'm not well educated on.
Yeah, man, I definitely love to come bless the panel. Right here, this is slideshow. So you say about the charters and all that. We just gonna be quick on it. Damn, I ain't trying to do that. This is going through all of the first contexts, all of the tribes. This Charleston, South Carolina. That's Georgia, Sea Islands. You know, these are the first. What they call them. Conquistadors that came over, Juan Garrido, so we know their names. Right here be the first Indians in Florida, like you say, the Black Indians. These would be those Black Indians right here. You see, it say the statuette is actually based on images of indigenous Americans. These are the Timucuan Indians who Ivan Van Sertima said was trading in gold till spears. Let's walk. There go the Black Peruvians. Let's keep pushing down. This the Spanish king, Carlos Quintos, he on the king list in Peru. Montezuma. Hold on, let me get into it. That's the ass. Let me get into what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, I got the show, man. You know I'm getting 1,000 over there every live stream now.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna turn up. Hold on, damn, I'm trying to get down. I'm supposed to be on another one. This King Philip right here. This is the for the Philippines named after and all that, the Spanish. Yeah, that's him. Okay. Yeah. Destroyed the last Moors. Right here, here go the Caruncles. These the Indians out of Texas. They had trade routes to South America, the islands, Honduras, even Jamaica. Yeah, and right here it say that the Caruncles they were tall, dark-skinned people. So more information on melanated Indians. First contact. Let me get up out of here. This right here, Tuscaloosa out of Alabama right here. And Chief Tuscaloosa, his skin was very dark. And he became a legend during this time in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, named after him. These the Black Kings of Europe right here that came. Virginia Company in London, that source we just read.
Yeah, you told me about this before. These was our enemies.
Well, not really. They just occupied a different territory. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Some of them ones that helped enslave us, right?
They owned the Royal African Company. They also owned the Virginia Company in London, where them 20-odd Negroes came out the West Indies. Well, this is their company.
Because I seen that 1619 Virginia, when they was bringing them slaves over, that was a Portuguese ship that was intercepted. They weren't even supposed to go to Virginia.
Exactly.
That ship got intercepted. It was what's called the White Lion, and the Dutch intercepted the ship and stole slaves and brought them to Virginia.
Here go a picture right here from the Dutch, New Netherlands, what they call New York today, with these Indians. This is coming from the Dutch.
Man, so they were sticking up ships, huh, on the water, stealing
people. Yeah, that's where you get the Pirates of the Caribbean from. Yeah, they were the Pirates of the Caribbean. Man, I wanted to get down here and show these charters. Yeah, I got too many slides on here. Okay. I think we in charter territory. Yeah, it's cool. I'll bring it on your show. It'll be cool. We'll do it on your show.
I'm gonna get you. We got you put your email. I'm gonna get your email, and we can set up something for next week. You come right on the show, man, and do a stream, because our people, we got to get more proactive. We got to like they in Evanston, Illinois, they giving out reparations now to was it 44 black families that was harmed from 1919 to 1969. They was keeping them from getting homes to get equity, right? So their issue, and I was telling people say, well, they only gave them 25,000. I said, well, let me tell you something. That's 25,000 more than what they gave them, and 90% of our people. Is a start.
Yeah,
it's an acknowledgement.
And it's not the only one. We got to remember they're only doing it for their certain jurisdiction. They're not even doing it for the whole Illinois. They're doing it for their jurisdiction, which means you have ancestors. All your ancestors there. So when the other states start picking up shit, you'll get more than what you bargained for. But the thing is to first off know what you're owed. So that's why we're gonna have to go back into our story and find out exactly what happened, so we can get proper legal matters taken care of for us. What was missing and what needs to be put back. So yeah, if we go in there and we don't know what we owe, we can't be talking about 25,000 ain't shit.
Yeah, right. And on top of that, that's a beginning form of recompense, because when you do that, you're acknowledging the wrongdoing. You're acknowledging that whatever that 14th Amendment was that was supposed to protect you, it didn't work. They wasn't honoring that shit. So it was allowed to screw you over. So now there has to be a form of recompense for what you did. So once they start pushing, once they gave you money, that opened up the floodgates for everywhere. Arkansas, Alabama, everybody got their hand up now.
Right.
Because you acknowledged it. You acknowledged it. So they have there's some white folks in the town fighting back. They saying that it's discriminatory. Whites are not included. They got a whole bunch of stuff because I've been reading all that stuff down, but I was saying, like, it's so many other towns, like you got Louisville, Kentucky, you got Memphis, you got many places. So. And
that's what, so the case is going to be based off of what was taken from you, because what happened to someone else didn't exactly happen to your family, George. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
so y'all wouldn't be owed the same. You feel me?
And everybody black, and a lot of things, because growing up in the Pan-African, and they teach you as you start educating yourself, you are finding out that everybody black wasn't slaves either. It's a whole bunch of
niggas was slave owners.
But see, when we think of the South, you just think everybody was enslaved, and it's not
right.
True. It's not
true. When slavery got down there later. Yeah, slavery didn't come down there till the 1800s. That's what they gotta remember. Slavery was indigenous slavery. They was enslaving people on their own land. Yeah, facts. And that didn't happen to the 1800s. Like, slavery didn't get to Texas till 1822.
So what's this? I ran into something. I was trying to get in contact with you last week. I saw something where, and I was trying to get the pro-black brothers to debate it, but they wouldn't do it. But when Anthony said, they said Anthony Johnson was the one that, because he won that court case, he was the one that white men, is this true or false? That the white men adopted what they learned from that court case to start enslaving us?
Well, I don't know how true that is, because Anthony was a nigga. The people that was in the Burgess Council also were melanated people. So I think it's again, like I said, what pertained to one person don't pertain to the other, because Anthony Johnson was a man of merit. You know what I'm saying? He was a Mason. He was in the house with them. He was in the inner circle. So what applied to him wouldn't apply to an average, you know what I'm saying, person that was in that colonial areas, because he had friends in high places and he was rich. And he left from that shit. Yeah, he was rich, so he was in a whole different class system.
So he wasn't your average black dude. He was.
There you go.
I got you. Yeah, because see, but the way the history is given when you read it, but when you start really getting into it and educating yourself, you start seeing a different story. A different story start coming down. So, and when I read that, I was like, well, wait a minute. How can Anthony Johnson be the black dude that the whites got it from when they was already enslaving you in Virginia in the 1600s?
And he got more than them. Why would they let him have more money than them?
Yeah. So it didn't make sense. But I was reading something, then I seen people talking about it. I say, well, why don't y'all debate that? Because these, I just look at certain talking points that the system will come up against when if you have 30 million black Americans start saying that they're indigenous, that's a problem to the system. Like they got college. I don't think that people realize they got college curriculums based off of our story.
Off of this, you feel me?
Yeah, you trying to change that.
That should have crumbled the whole education system.
And that's the point I'm trying to tell people. So I mean, we can say we FBA and fair enough, we are. We can say we indigenous, we are. But it got to be more than just a talking point. It has to be, that shit got to be on Congress floor, man, being represented and being recognized. Other than that, it's just a talking point.
Nah, that's a fact. And I say this too. When we dealing with that, we got to understand the law of the land, and there's treaties in the Constitution.
Right.
Without that Constitution, they spying on us and all that through the Patriots Act, and these devices that we and all these type of things. But to be honest, if we were to go in there and get a case, it's a reason why no one has ever won, no revolution has ever prospered, and the hero rode off in the sunset. And it's a reason because we're coming in there under a title that the U.S. do not recognize. They don't have any treaties with them, meaning I don't have any business with you. Okay. Under the black or whatever, then you're a ward under their jurisdiction. So people could have remained Indian, not Texas state on the outside of that. But if you're a ward of the state, that's why you're going to have to handle it state by state. That's why Illinois, that state was able to do it. A lot of people don't know, too, that when Obama was in office, they gave $50,000 to all farmers in Georgia who can prove that their family worked at a certain period of time if they farmed in Georgia at a certain period of time. And the word didn't get out to the point to where they had millions of dollars left over. All of that money was supposed to be spent, but they didn't make commercials. They didn't put it in the papers.
Hell no, the
it was a, it was a if you know you know situation, and a lot of people missed out on their check. So for people arguing that 25 ain't enough, imagine if you would got that 25 there and got the 50 down there, and you could go up and keep collecting. So our people were in many different places,
So what I'm getting now is when I'm reading, I'm gonna take slavery and just put slavery to the side for a minute. I'm gonna deal with after slavery.
Okay.
A lot of our reparations claims is what happened to us under this federal government after slavery. What they did in Tulsa, what they did in Elaine, Arkansas, what they did in Wilmington, North Carolina,
Houston, Texas, 1921.
Yeah, the Devil's Punch Bowl.
Waco, Texas,
Negro Fort down in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
All of these different was it Bloody Summer 1919?
1912 to the 1920s.
Yeah, through there. The Black Codes, Plessy versus Ferguson, all of these things that they've done and how they kept us out of the economic loop after World War I and World War II under the New Deal. We wasn't able to, when they start creating suburbs for whites, and whites was able to gain equity through home ownership and insurance policies.
So the homestead, yeah.
Yeah, we was kept from these things. So for me, like the biggest part is when we deal with after slavery from 1865 all the way up to 1965. That what I'm seeing is that's our biggest fight is what they did then. Fleeing the South. You got all those cold cases, over 4,000 cold cases of murders that's never been answered for. That's just recorded.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just
it's
like
probably double or triple that.
Yeah, and then the paper genocide. Rewriting things like when Dr. King said we coming to get our check, and then they killed him.
Yeah. And I think, do you think what would be some of the steps? Do you think it's possible? Do you think people are just gonna continue to gang bang off of names and stay separated off of names when we having the same struggle?
I think, in my opinion, we've been lied to. We've been miseducated. So through Pan-Africanism, we was taught to look through an African lens. So I remember being young, especially on the East Coast corridor up north, and through the church, we was looking through an African lens, thinking that we returning to Africa and this is utopia, not realizing that Africa ain't united. We never knew that if you flew from Uganda to Ghana, you was a foreigner.
Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah.
We didn't know. So that's why, if you notice in our culture, we call everybody black a brother.
And in Uganda, them East Africans, they don't like West Africans.
No, and South Africans don't like West Africans.
Don't like West Africans. And this, I remember living around them Africans, the first thing they're gonna ask you, where you from, West? And if you say yeah, they want to know where. And if you from Nigeria, they really not messing with you.
But if you notice in our culture, the way we was taught, you could come from Angola or Trinidad. When you come up here and you cool, we call you our brother. We a little bit, and then we call you our brother. To them, well, maybe not in the diaspora as much, but when Africans come over, because if you come from like the Caribbean, you sort of kind of understand more.
You're more in tune. Yeah.
But when you come from Africa and they don't see us as their brother.
Not at all.
No,
they envy us.
You a different tribe, but we've been miseducated. So what happens is while they're educating us to look towards the east, we're not looking at what's going on under our own feet.
Right.
And so now what happens is you have all these different splinter groups not realizing like, yo, hold on, slow down, player. We are our own group. So for me, when I see, I don't care what you say you are. If you part of this tribe here in America and you didn't have, even if your family didn't go through slavery, right? You may still been affected by the black codes. You was affected by something that was discriminatory against black Americans to stop us from acquiring wealth, unless you part of those secret society families, right?
Right.
And another thing too is outside of paper genocide, our image was tarnished by this country to the point where when other groups to see we influence the world based off of our inventions and what we do, but nobody wants to be associated with us based off the way we was based off the way we're portrayed.
We're portrayed, right? And that's a fact. I give an example, man. I was in I had this Nigerian chick, man, and she was bad. I ain't gonna lie. But when we sit down and we started talking, she noticed the tattoos on my hand. She said, I can never bring you around my parents. I'm like, what's up? She like, we don't accept those tattoos. Then she said, my father always taught me that don't deal with American men because American men beat their women. And I'm like, where you getting this from?
Culture is to beat their women.
And you know what beat them with a flip-flop. And you know where she told me she got it from? TV. But when I told her I was indigenous to America, she told me I know. And I'm like, how you know? She say, you're from the States, I'm from Africa. And I say, who told you that? She say, I've been to university. That's what they call college and European nations and over there. They're like, I went to university. In their school system, they don't teach that their ancestors were taken on the ship and brought over to America. So that's a American concept that was created through Afrocentrism and Pan-Africanism to connect them so they can take the resources from under there and live like kings here in the Americas. None of them wanted to actually live in Africa, and unless they were mixed bloods with European and Africans, and they stayed to rule over them to make sure that, you know what I'm saying, their business partners from the islands to the upper colonies of the Northeast, you know what I'm saying, pockets stayed fat.
Well, remember what Muhammad Ali talked about when he went in the store was in the 60s, and he found out the difference between the Negro and the African. and how those racist
Oh,
whites.
break that one down. I ain't see that one. Break that one down.
Oh yeah, he told the story about how he was going into the store. He was the champ, and they let the African in, but they was trying to make him go around back. And he was like,
nah.
he black like me. He was like, no, he ain't. He's not a Negro. And I remember that. I said, oh,
that cold right there.
Yeah. Oh,
you talking to the heavyweight champion of the world.
Yeah. Right. So they understood the Negro people separate from those other dark melanated people that came from the continent. So and you know, coming out of the Pan-African space, I've been knew this. This is not nothing new. This yeah, you could pull that up. Like Ali talked about that. Like that's something that's probably
break it down. When you say you talked about it, what did they talk?
Yeah, he was talking to a white guy in the 70s or 70s. So he was talking to a white, like was it? I don't know if it was Howard.
Like a reporter.
Yeah, a reporter.
Probably was Howard Coach. Yeah, he used to do a lot of interviews with him.
Yep, and he was saying that you know, they let them in. Then there's an interview of a Ethiopia in the 1950s. They got these Africans and white people on the panel, and they was talking about. They were saying, no, we're not Black Americans. The Ethiopian was saying, I'm not African. I'm Ethiopian. I don't know about them.
Yeah, they bang their own, and I tell you for firsthand, Ethiopians do not like Americans. They do not like American brothers, and Ethiopians used to be some of my favorites. You know, they cute. They ain't got no waist and no ass, but they cute. They face card. Yeah, but man, them people do not rock with us. Let me ask you this, have you ever experienced something like that?
Blackest cities in America. You live in a state with the most Black people.
Right.
I live in one of the blackest cities in America. Right, in Philadelphia, where it's like damn near 1.8, probably 2 million people here. Forget what they got written down. It's packed on top of each other.
Yeah,
but it might be a million Black people. But it might be just like it might be a million Black people, right? So what happened was, it's not like New York though. When we were growing up, all the Black people lived together. The non-Blacks was mainly like Blacks and Jamaicans always lived together. Okay. Black Americans and Jamaicans, right, on the East Coast. The only Africans that was here when I was young was Liberians and Ghana. That's it. Other groups, maybe little splinter groups here and there, but you didn't know. Like the first time I had sex at 16 was a girl from Ghana. I didn't even know she was African.
From Ghana, yeah.
Yeah,
she talked enriched in the culture. Yeah,
talked like us, dressed like us, did everything like us. I went to our mother house and seen that they was talking Ubunga Bunga. And I was like, well, damn, y'all African? And so she was laughing, but she, I'm saying all that to say, we didn't have separation. It was just Black people. I didn't see the funny thing was 40 years ago when I was young, the most pro-Black Blacks was the Jamaicans. They was hardcore.
I can see that. Nah, yeah, a lot of them ran the New York scene for sure.
Yeah, they was hardcore pro-Black. SZA, Buju Banton, Big Speakers, The White Man Is the Devil, Me No Babylon. Yeah, you didn't see nobody come through West Philly, Southwest with no white girls or white dudes. That started in the last 20 years. You start seeing these Africans now that come.
See, right? That's what I was gonna ask you. What did the change come to transition?
In the last 20 years, they start building communities separate from us. When I was a kid, we was all together. Now they probably still said they little smart stuff here and there, right? But when I was growing up, we was duped into the Pan-African thing because in the East Coast, I can't speak for the South because I don't know the demographics of the South. But in the East Coast, when we lived, especially in Philadelphia, we didn't Black and brown bang. We didn't fight with Puerto Ricans like they might do up in New York and other places. We was cool with Puerto Ricans, and Black people just was Black. It wasn't. I don't ever remember. I remember busting on like some Haitians when we were young because they didn't wear deodorant. But we didn't have fights like that, right?
Yeah.
The separation came later, so we start seeing. That's where the FBA stuff started coming. We so mad because we was always showing love to them, and we like, well, damn, y'all talking
to
about
everybody on the planet.
Yeah, like, but it was more hurt.
They was melanated.
Yeah, but we was more hurt, especially in the East Coast corridor, Virginia up to Boston.
Oh yeah, that's the islands, yeah.
Cause we live with y'all.
Fact.
Y'all been talking about us all this damn time. What is this? We got babies with you niggas, everything, right? So it was shocking to see like a lot of these coons come here and talk about our reparations claim and trying to undermine us and all this kind of stuff. It was weird because when I grew up, I didn't experience that from them. I didn't experience. Now, like I said, I don't know like like in Texas when you when you was a kid, when you was 10, how many maybe black immigrants was there in Texas?
Yeah, we had our immigrants was Mexicans, but it was very segregated. So a lot of my first time I stood next to a white person, I was in the 8th grade. Like, it's that segregated, you know.
Ours was like that too with the white folks. Yeah.
Yeah, a white person or a Mexican since elementary, but through my middle school and all that, half of my elementary up to junior high, I never seen a white person before. I never stood next to him.
Mm-hmm. Well, the only time we saw white people when I was growing, I'm a little older than you. The only time we saw white people was when we went downtown or the school.
Yeah.
The teachers was white, but for the most part, we had white folks on. I lived in Southwest. White people lived on the other side of Southwest, and you wasn't allowed to go over there. They still had nigger day because our high school was on their side of town. We had to go to their high school, and like twice a year they would have this thing called nigger day when the white gangs would come down and try to fight us. Yeah, we had all. It might have been even more races up north, bro. The South at that time might have had the name, and because I remember going down south to see family, white people didn't hide their racism. They let you know where they stand. Up north, they try to hide their racism, but they was hardcore racist, man. Up here, you talk about segregated, man. We lived in hardcore segregated. You couldn't go in New York and Brooklyn. You couldn't go to the Jewish side or the Italian side. You better not.
Damn. Yeah. See down here, we we did a lot of rebellion, revolt. It was a time where they was unalive and peace officers, and it was bad. But let me ask you this, what do you think about the Umar and his new movement, DAFA?
Umar got to get that school open, man. He's just trying to do things to stay in the algorithm, man.
So the school he said he had
man, we ain't heard nothing yet. We ain't heard nothing.
Like last week saying he turned up, the school been open, and
man, that dude, man. I think Umar got mental health issues, bro. I really do. I think he got mental health issues, man. And a lot of our people do, man. dealing with this white man and this system, man. A lot of our people ain't normal, bro. A lot of our people not normal after all these years, man. No, he ain't right. He ain't right, and he's trying his best to compete with Tariq Nasheed.
That's what that's what it looked like to me as well. And he's still tripping out there hitting colors, or he tripping because he used to say he the most he the top scholar and all of this here. And
well, those
gotta get Tariq his card. He doing his work, just drive hitting color 6.
Most Pan-Africans are jealous of Tariq Nasheed. And I'm from
Do you think they're mad at him because his transition?
No, they jealous of him. They ain't mad, they jealous. I'm from the street, bro. I mean, Tariq is a grifter. He is what he is, right? But this is the thing about Tariq. Tariq is making money off his people and off the culture, as we should. Everybody, every other ethnic group make money off of our people. Why should he make money off his people? My whole thing is, I don't have a problem. See, Matt, I'm gonna take the gloves off. I'm gonna just say it. Whatever. The thing is, for every indigenous Black American or FBA Black American is 5 Pan-Africans globally.
Yeah, we outnumbering everything.
I mean, 5 globally, Pan-Africans everywhere, right? All over the so-called Pan-Africans all over the world, right?
Right.
My whole thing is they're mad at Tariq Nasheed because he can raise 1.5 million, but Umar should have had $20 million.
You feel me? He had it. He out here blowing it on strippers and all type of shit like that. So.
And the thing is that school should have been open because the Africans should have came down and opened a school for him.
There you go. All them Africans he named. For 20 years we didn't put in on it. Me personally, he came to Houston in 2015, and they had a bucket out there for you to put the cash in, and I put my money in the bucket. Yeah, so I feel some type of way.
But they're mad because he got his niche audience that donates and supports them.
Right.
But my whole thing is, I come out of the Pan-Africanism. I have when I was teaching the Pan-African stuff, I had 4,000 subs. When I started educating myself more and I got away from the Pan-African teaching, I went all the way up to 57,000 subs. And now when I go live, I got 1,000 people in the room because the Pan-Africans don't support shit. They don't support. They don't support you, bro. See, what people got to realize is Pan-Africanism was never a thing. It was an idea.
It was an ideology. Exactly.
Yes, ideology is a dream. It's an idea of. And watch this. As a black person, I don't fully disagree with it. I wish black people. I wish me and you can get on a plane right now.
All black and get together and do business and create something for ourselves.
And we can fly to South Africa and we walk through. We give black people the nod and we know we safe because Pan-Africanism is in full effect. I wish it was like that. I wish. But
the truth of the reality is, when we leave America, that it don't like. I remember when I was living outside the country. I'm around Africans, north, south, east, west. I'm around Europeans. I'm around people from the islands, and none of them embraced me on that. You remember when I first met, I used to be over there with Taz and them.
Yeah,
I was always an Indian, but I still bang black power. You know what I'm saying? See a black word for all, us united together. But when I went overseas, though, that shit changed my whole perspective because I was on my own. You feel me? Now I had some Africans who gave me the game, but other than that, it was so many stereotypes, and it's like a competition with them when we step on the scene because the light is on them. But when we step on the scene, all attention automatically goes to us. So that's something I experienced in real time.
Yeah, see, I was always, for me, in my thought process in the way that I taught, and I'm even at the crossroads with this because I always looked at us. The Africans were separate from us. I had echo.
Yeah, the echo.
Yeah, it's an echo.
I
always saw the Africans as something separate from us. I looked at the Caribbeans, the brothers and sisters in the Caribbeans. For me, as I was teaching, I saw us all as the same people, right? As a group. When I was teaching from a black first, a B1 stance, I didn't see the Africans. The Africans were separate. I saw us as one group. But then I started seeing them telling us that we wasn't part of their group, right? So it was like kind of confusing. So I was always on the B1 pro-black, black first agenda. But it's just now I'm more on our group here in America and what we're doing here in America first. Now, if you Pharaoh, you from other groups, say I'm cool. You know, we cool, but we got our own agendas. But the crazy thing is, even with that being said, I'm here in Philadelphia. What blacks went through here in Philadelphia, Delaware is different in Texas. We got different politics when we fight. Am I wrong, Top? I think you muted.
Nah, you're on point. You're on point. Yeah,
we got different politics. If we come together, what our arguments here is different than down there, and what might happen in Houston or Dallas. It's different politics.
Right.
So how can I have the same? How can I be unified with a dude from goddamn Yoruba?
Yeah. Look, we got it's enough for us here in North America, you know, it's enough for us here in North America. We really don't need the add-ons and the extras. We really just need to get organized and get the bullshit, the little shit that's in the way that's holding us back. You know what I'm saying?
I think too, and I could be wrong. I could be corrected if I'm wrong in the chat. Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong. I think for me, this is just my assessment, and I put it out there for we all can think about it. When you look at us in America as black people, from AC to KC, Nebraska to Alaska, you see us here in North America. In Jamaica, they have a culture and a custom in Jamaica. In Barbados and Trinidad and St. Thomas and Brazil and the blacks in Guyana, and they have like a distinct cultures there. When you come to America, I can be right here in Philly and we talk the way we talk, we dress the way we dress, we eat the way we eat. But when I go down to Georgia, down there to family or down Virginia, they got a whole different culture. Now, let me preface it because we can all go into a Baptist or apostolic black church and they be singing the same black song.
Right.
Holy Ghost. But the way we dress, the way we talk, it's different. We have a different culture. So I think it's always been hard to unify us. We can unify under blackness at times, but we're so separated too at times. Because if you get some brothers from Houston and Philly and we in the same room, we're going to be busting on each other, talking shit. We're going to be still cool.
Well, hold on. Not if me and you there.
Yeah, me and you there.
Your people from Philly, they ain't going to disrespect because they got
No, I ain't saying it the disrespectful way. What I'm saying is, we go, you know our culture.
Our culture class. We might have a culture class.
Yeah, we're going to have a culture class talking shit, but in a playful way.
Right.
Look at them sneaks, man. You got them damn jabos on, nigga.
Yeah. You got on black Air Force One. Shout out to Q Butter. He always getting on my ass about my black Air Force One.
But watch this though. The crazy thing about us is in our culture is we so different, but then we show how we're the same. Because while we're busting on each other about our differences, we have that unique culture across the country. The way we Jones on each other.
Right. if you can't Jones, don't come outside because we're gonna get your ass. You better know how to fight. You're gonna be fighting every day because we're gonna tear your ass.
The first thing we gonna do, especially we out there is a bunch of get money cats. We out there, maybe we in Kansas. We out there drinking, having fun, talking to. We're gonna start talking. Oh man, look how y'all talk funny. We're gonna start talking shit.
Yeah.
To each other, right? That's just naturally what we do though. It don't got nothing to do with disrespect or fights.
Facts.
But
it's the culture, exactly.
But we're different. Like if you go from Texas to Oakland, they doing something different.
Right, and that's why I tell. Even before the United States, 1776, the North American continent consisted of many different countries. So when Andrew Jackson came down into the South, when they expanded the 13 colonies, they were actually invading a different country, Jacksonville, Georgia. They actually invaded a different country. That's what makes the Indian Removal Act, none and void, because you cannot attack another country. It wasn't another state. They didn't come into statehood until 1817, 1815, these things. Yeah, but
somebody said I think I'm still African. Well, I'll tell you the comprehension skills in here sometimes.
Hey, well, ain't no telling who said it. I don't know if they really they wanna, but
yeah,
if y'all don't know Uncle George, I've been knowing Uncle George longer than I know a lot of y'all. You feel me?
Yeah,
so I got a lot of respect for him, man.
Yeah, I don't teach that, but I'm.
Hold on, watch this here, George. This is how you do it. Let them know your family and how your family still have they land down in
Virginia and Georgia. It's on my channel. I do. I show my family and we down in Georgia, Virginia, and Florida, and I got the videos on the land with the family. We talking and
with genealogy records and pictures. Yeah, I seen they tried to come for you over there, man. You had to put up the receipts for them, man.
Yeah, they tried.
FBA people.
No, it was the Pan Africans.
Okay.
Yeah, because they put up a video all back in 2013 where I talked about my mom's side of my family, and they Caribbean. My father's FBA, and I talked about. But I told him, I said, show me when the time when I never told y'all.
Yeah, this ain't nothing you hid. You feel me? You've been open about it, and see, man, it's more respectful because. People, I understand the tether, and there is some people in these islands, and they are under, we got to understand they was colonized as well. They was under the British. And they went through a hardcore colonization, the same as the Africans, something we can't even relate to because we was fighting so much. But we can't confuse that the American Indian domestic slave trade sent hundreds of thousands of people from North American mainland to the Caribbean. So people bloodline is there. They've been down there for a long time, and they have turned.
I'm glad you said that. When this is where that right there, the trade back and forth is where they're trying to come in through the back. They peeking their heads in through the back door. Like, oh, y'all saying y'all indigenous? Well, check this out. And they're coming with the literature that's in the schools, the curriculums.
Yeah, and that's why we got the real books to tear their ass up when they try to.
Yeah, they try to say y'all ain't indigenous, you this, and I'm like, well, okay. Well, we got people that we got, and see with me, like I said, I don't deal with the ego. I know how to teach what I know how to teach what I teach, but then I know how to back in the day. Oh yeah, I got somebody for you. You'll call somebody.
Yeah, there you go. Come get nephew. I got somebody for you.
I know how to do that.
And then when I pull up, they gonna be like, "Oh shit, they fuck around, don't want no trouble no more." But yeah, anytime Kyle say, "I got man, I'm gonna get my little nephew come holler."
Yeah, you know how it was back in the day. you out there on the basketball court, you sharpen the dude up real quick. His homie standing up, he kind of big. You like, no, I got somebody for you.
Yeah.
You run down the street real quick.
Don't go nowhere. Hold on, let me page him. Let me make a phone call. Don't go nowhere.
Right, we gotta. I just because you said something about, like you said, it was a bunch of different countries, but I've been in a lot of states, and I've been in a lot of states around a lot of different black people, and like we're the same, but we're different, and that's what I've noticed. Like I say, because you can go to St. Louis, in St. Louis and Philadelphia, we're the same, but we're different. Different. It's like a different people, but the same people at the same time.
Y'all food cultures and some of y'all attributes and characteristics are still the same. If you're talking to them, they can understand what you're saying. Vice versa.
There you go. But they got different ways of doing things.
And saying in different words that they use, you know what I'm saying? We might think they saying something else, but that's how they talk. You feel me?
But if you go to our barbecues, like if you in Philly and I go to Texas and we go to a barbecue, you're gonna see the same culture. You're gonna have that uncle on the grill talking shit drunk.
Pouring beer on the motherfucking meat. Yeah.
You go into the church, they're gonna be singing them same old Baptist Christian
with them good ass chicken plates and shit at the end.
Yeah, it's gonna be like the same. It's gonna
Frankie
be like
Beverly Mays playing. All the kids over here. Kids got to get out of grown folks' mouth. We got the kids set up over here. Stop running in and outside the house. They're gonna get a jug and bring it outside. Ain't no letting no flies in the house, none of that shit.
Yeah, so. It's just like I've noticed we're different but the same. Because even in South Carolina, it's different from Florida. And that's right. That's the South, but it's different.
Shit, upper South Carolina is different than lower South Carolina. So yeah, things like that. They got different cultures.
Man, we used to talk so much trash up here in the East Coast. Remember, most of them, and up here, all of our families are from the South, right?
From the South, exactly.
Yeah, we used to talk so much trash, man, about y'all, man, back in the day, like the accents. When your cousins come up, come on, man, with that country accent. But we were so dumb. We would go down to Florida. I learned in Florida, they talk totally different than people from Texas.
Yeah.
Totally different. I mean, like when you talk, you got a real country accent. Me and my wife be laughing when you talk, but in Florida, I don't know what the hell they be saying.
Yeah. But they know, you know what I'm saying? Or you might get somebody out of Georgia, and them niggas understand each other like,
them Southern Georgia and Florida, I don't know what the hell they be saying at all. Like, I don't know. It's like a whole nother language.
Yeah. They just talk fast. They just talk fast. They just speed it up. But you can catch them and they have their own little lingo and everything, you know. But the energy, you know what I'm saying, is the same. They can say some shit and you probably not understand everything, kiss 2-3 words, but the energy, the body language, you know what I'm saying?
We used to talk trash about our cousin from the South, and he saw you punk ass city boys. You wouldn't last a minute down here.
Yeah. That's the thing, you know. They always say the East Coast niggas say we slow down here. So the elders taught us to play slow. You know what I'm saying?
They play slow. No.
Yeah, they tell us to play slow. You know what I'm saying? Play slow. That's gonna be an advantage, you know.
But I had to tell an African one time. Because you know they don't understand our culture way we bust. I had to explain to them. I said, listen, up north in the South, we do bust on our family from the South like that. I said, but that's our family. I said, our families is from North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida. You can't say nothing about them. That's our family. That's our grandmother.
Right, we gonna jump your ass.
Yeah, we just talking shit. We go down there for the summer. So because he didn't understand. He was from Virginia.
Yeah, I remember you saying they was cooking a coon and cooking all that food that you weren't familiar with.
Yeah, I'm like, yo, man, they eating raccoons and shit. Getting up in the middle of the night, going to catch alligators.
Yeah. We ain't scared of alligators. Jump on that nigga ass.
Man, ain't nobody got time. And then they come up here.
Yeah.
They come up here and you take them downtown, and it's a city with damn near 2 million people. Metropolitan area like 7 million, so it's packed. They
coming out of the damn subway station. I didn't know it was a subway station. I'm like, wow, them goddamn people coming from.
But see, you in Houston, right? And Houston is the South. I look at Houston like New Orleans. They're the South, but they're big cities. Whereas because being in Houston or Dallas is the South, but they're metropolitan areas.
Right.
When you come up from like certain parts of Georgia, and they walking around, they got their hands in their pocket, they looking up at all the buildings and the people. I'm like, yo, man, stop looking around for somebody to rob you, man. What's wrong with you? You know what you?
Yeah, you go get up, yeah.
No, mother gonna run up on you, hold your chin in the air, and go in your pocket.
Say, nah, for real, that's the country way. When I got to Philly, it was a culture shock for me. Mm-hmm. Like the whole city looks like a museum.
Yeah, it's
so many statues, so many historical sites. Man, I seen City Hall building things like this here, and I was in awe because we don't get that down here.
And we stack on top of each other.
And y'all might have, out of one day in Philly, y'all may encounter or walk past so many people, probably 1,000 more people than I would in a whole week.
Yeah, because
one day y'all pass more people than I pass in Houston in 1 week.
Texas is the desert, and it's like Houston is like 500 square miles with 2.6 million people, 2.5 million people. Houston.
Yeah, see, what they did with it, we had Harris County as well. So Harris County and Houston really the same. Houston just, they don't even have a police station to take you to if they arrest you. That's how small they are to Harris County is the sheriff. That's who really lay down the law, and that's who they have the most population.
Yeah, we don't count our counties. Like they say it's 1.7 million people. Philadelphia got 2 million, probably 2 million.
Yeah, it's 2 million. Yeah, it was easy. Man, I seen 1 million people.
And we stack, but remember, we only 134 square miles. Y'all are 500 square miles. Like my homie, and he said the north side and south side is far apart from each other.
Yeah, you're gonna drive about an hour, 45, 50 minutes, depending on traffic.
That's a whole other town. No, North Philly is 7 miles. That's right there.
Damn, that's it.
So you might have in a 3-block radius, like on one city block, you might have 60 row houses going this way and 60 row houses going this way, and everybody might have four people that live in them houses. So that one block is packed. So just think of the East Coast corridor, Washington D.C. on 42 square miles with 700,000 people in the 90s, right? 80s. Baltimore with 600,000 people on like 60 something square miles. Then you got Philadelphia, 135 square miles on like 1.8 million. And then New York City. So now imagine the crack era, and there's no computers, no cell phones.
Everybody, you get rich in a day.
Oh my God!
Why you get rich in half a day?
Why do you think everybody from Texas and Cali wanted to come to the East Coast to sell? Bro, man. When you see them movies like New Jack City and stuff, that shit was real.
That shit real, real life.
So that was like really like the projects, and the projects, it might be 15,000 people that live in the projects
in one building.
In that area, those buildings, 15,000 people might live in that project.
Cause I seen y'all park, I said, damn, why the park so big? And I'm not even thinking it got to accommodate thousands of people who live in the building.
I think Philadelphia Fairmount Park was the largest in-city park in the country, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Man, it was huge. I drove all the way around. I was wondering when it was gonna end. And I'm like, why would they have it so big? Then it dawned on me, it's all that large population in the building.
Yeah, see, y'all in Houston and places like that is flat. Ours everything goes straight up in the air.
Yeah,
y'all flat and spaced out. Because like my man told me, he said, bro. He said, if you in South Houston, you warm with somebody in North Houston, then you got a long ride.
You got about 50 minutes to an hour to get there.
That's a whole nother.
And that's north, south, east, west, northwest, southeast. Yeah, so yeah, it's a lot. So
yeah,
we have
New York City projects had like 40,000. Yeah,
40,000 in one building. Or just like the buildings that surround it.
All the buildings combined.
Yeah,
you might have had. So you had Richard Allen projects back in the day. It might have been about 15,000 people in there. The Raymond Rose's projects might have been about 12. So you wouldn't go up there.
If everybody spent $5 and then you had dime back then. Come on,
it was around the clock, like the movie. When they showed the movie, it was like that. Like bad,
line down the street look like Chick-fil-A line.
Yeah. So, but that's why we had the saying back in the day when you got in trouble, I'm gonna send you down south. That was the saying up here. If you got you got pregnant or you got like in trouble, you got locked up, I'm gonna send you down south with your uncle. Because down
with
south
the fam down south,
laid back and chill. Yeah, I'm gonna send your ass down. Everybody from up north know what I'm talking about. I'm gonna send you down south with your uncles. You like,
you don't want to go down there.
No, you ain't want to go down no damn south, man.
They're gonna be picking cotton, cutting yard, riding tractors, baling hay. You know,
you ain't want to go down no damn south, no Mississippi, no South Carolina, and all. Hell no, man. No, you ain't want to go down no damn south. So no, but I get Houston. Like Houston, if it's that big and it's so spread out, I know North Houston and South Houston got two totally different cultures.
Exactly, they do. So the most prominent, we have wards. So you have third ward on the south side, which is kind of be first. You have first ward. I'm sorry, but then and that's in 1830s, 1860. Then you have the other ward, third ward, which Jack D. Yates came down, the Methodist Church and the religious organizations, they came down. But then you had on the north side across Greens Bayou, Fifth Ward. That's where I'm from. Longs Avenue. They had courts that rode on the top like New Orleans or San Francisco, those real courts. They burnt it down in 1912. And that's where everybody came to Houston. So you had Dowling Street on the south side, third ward. They had over 102 black-owned businesses. And they called it Harlem of the South, or they called it Black Vegas. Now, this is where the high rollers was, but they was a little too bougie. But so a lot of people through the chilling circuit, they'll come and stay on Longs Avenue in Fifth Ward. And because that's where, you ain't have to worry about no uppity niggas and all of that. You can be around your people, shoot pool, drink and jam, soul music and the blues. And they burnt it down. That was Black Wall Street.
I was thinking about you the day I posted this. Look at this. This is in Philly today. This morning.
Man. It was like 83 degrees out here today.
Watch. Let's go transition. When they transition, I'm outside talking shit, and they're trying to We had got like a foot and a half, but we had just got like 2.5 feet like 2 weeks ago, and it snowed again. Hold on. Let me see. I was thinking about you because I was saying. I was asking the people what's the weather down there. Hold on. Look at my I'll show you my coat. And I was like, I said in this video, I talked about Houston, San Diego, and Florida. I'm talking shit. It was cold as hell, man.
Look at the cars, man. I never seen that in my life. That's a culture shock. Never seen nothing like that in my life. So you gotta shovel your own self out, huh?
Yeah. Hey, listen, man. Hey, up north ain't for the weak, man.
Nah. They make men's up there. Yeah.
It's cold, bro. But I always said I would if I had one wish or a genie, I give the South all weather for a year. We take y'all's.
Can you see yourself getting older and retiring down in the South?
We either I told my wife
I already knew it. I don't know why I knew it, but
my family is in the South. Both our families is in the South.
Okay.
But her sister live in Houston.
All right.
And, she's a nurse. Her sister, both the families in Houston, but then our families is in Florida, Virginia, and Georgia. So, but for me, because I grew up in Philadelphia, I gotta live somewhere where it's black people. So it would either be Georgia or Texas.
Yeah, Atlanta. Yeah, Georgia, Texas. Yeah, I was fooled.
I gotta be somewhere where, but at my age, I want to live around decent black folk. I want to live around the niggas. I want to live around decent black folk where I ain't gotta worry about ducking bullets when I'm getting in my damn car.
Or you can come down here to Texas and buy you up 50 acres for about $300,000, you know, and it come with electricity, irrigation, water, and no HOA fees, man. You can have cattle and things of that on there, and build your house from ground on your mineral rights.
Yeah, we got family with land outside Augusta, and then I got family, also down there. I showed you in Florida, in northern, outside Tallahassee, they got land. So we got
Georgia will be a quick. You can drive back up to 50 from Georgia, or it'd be a quick flight up there. So
yeah. But I was talking to my cousin yesterday. It was 72 degrees in Augusta. So I was like, "What's so 7? Did he say it was 7? Something was warm."
Yeah, like, that barbecue weather, that cookout weather.
Yeah, man. But Houston ain't never cold in Houston, man. Y'all right there on that damn. Y'all get that warm. It get cold in Dallas. It don't get no cold in Houston.
Yeah, it's snowing and everything up there.
Yeah, but that's because y'all down there on that ocean breeze side.
Man, it's cold on the water down on the island, but Houston, it's like 80-something degrees.
Yeah, man,
our winter still haven't started.
I'm up here hating, man. I wish I had a magic wand. I wouldn't take y'all weather I just take it for a year. Y'all can have all February.
Yeah, because our February, I mean, it's been real cool beach weather. We got the rodeo, the Texas Livestock Rodeo coming up. That's gonna be major. They say they're expecting over 15 million people to come down and party in Houston for spring break at the rodeo.
Hey, I can only imagine though, because Texas is the place with the most black people. I know Texas got some bad girls.
Oh man, yeah. Listen to the athletes. Listen to who that Uncle and Ocho and Gilly the Kid and them out of Philly. Everybody's saying the same thing, man. I am not staying in Houston. I'm getting in and getting out. The women, everybody's saying Houston got the most beautiful women in the U.S.
I was, I take the kids up to New York all the time with Q Butter, and I've been in a lot of cities, right? I've been in a lot of cities, and Philly got some pretty. We got a lot of pretty girls here at Philly East Coast Corridor. But when I was in Brooklyn, because New York is a melting pot of black people from everywhere. Brooklyn has some beautiful women from everywhere, though. Caribbean, Africa, Black Americans, everywhere. And my man was like, yeah, this New York, man, it's 10 million people here. This is Brooklyn. This is the melting pot. He said, but you know what he said to me? He said, you got to go to Dallas, bro.
That has got them too, man. Them Texas girls, but
yeah, he told me though. He said Dallas, Fort Worth, and Arlington, all that area. So many.
The DF Dub. We call it the DF Dub right there, the Metropolitan Center, like you said. But ain't nothing like Houston.
Yeah, he said
ain't nothing like Houston. It ain't no competition.
Brooklyn is nice, man. Brooklyn got a lot of black people, bro. A lot of black people.
Yeah, see, but most of the culture when you eat out is more centered towards Caribbean culture.
Yeah, it is. Well, the thing about Brooklyn, like I tell Q Butter all the time, and he FBA, but their accent, you don't know if they Black Americans or Caribbean because of the Brooklyn accent.
Yeah, Q don't care. He was Black nationalism. He taking them out. He taking them out.
Yeah, he said, yeah, that's my dog, man.
But down here in Houston, shout out to him, man. He'll hit me up. Hey, man, post this for me. Mm-hmm. Man, say less, done. You know what I'm saying? I know he dealing with the babies. Congratulations on this spot down in North Carolina.
Yeah.
And, man, his longevity, how long he been doing it, man. So that a testament to show, especially, his story, you feel me, to where he come from, to actually manifesting and sticking with it. That's the hardest part. How many times you want to stop? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I wanted to stop now. It's just it's picking back up again, though.
Yeah. Now, they need you out there on that battlefield, and a lot of people gravitating to you because
I'm trying to turn this thing with my son. Like the I Show Speed young boy.
Right. They're streaming.
I want to stream, but I want to travel. I want to travel around the world.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm trying to build it up with Urban Nerds, we're traveling now. But how he doing it, I'm gonna do it with my son.
Nah, that's gonna be live right there, because then you already bringing in you even have a lot of 30-year-olds and 35, 25-year-olds who still can resonate with you and your message.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when you bring in the young prince, he gonna have an audience that he resonate to between that teenage and adolescent era too. So
yeah, so
we behind you on that.
Yeah, we want to build it up, but I was telling people, no, we indigenous, we foundational Black Americans, but that don't mean I hate other groups. I want to
exactly.
Yeah, I want to go to Africa. I want to go to South Africa. I want to go to Ghana, Nigeria.
You gotta watch it in Ghana, man. They out there arresting the shit out of Black Americans, man.
Yeah.
There was some videos on TikTok. A brother, he got stopped 3 times.
Yeah, they tried to,
and they telling him to pay him. It's a shakedown.
Yeah, they shaking. Yeah, they shaking. Shoot, they robbed. I just seen they robbed DDG. That dude DDG in Trinidad.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, they told us to shakedown, nigga. Get your hands up and keep it there.
Hey, you better get it to them. They gonna hit you with a 10-foot motherfucking machete. You better get it to them.
Yeah, nigga ran. Yeah, that's what he probably ran down on him with 2 machetes. Get them hands in the air and keep them there, nigga.
Nah, for real. Or nigga split your head. Nah.
Yeah, he got robbed there. But I want to go to the Carnival in Trinidad.
Hey, we got a question from one of your fellow Philadelphians. They say, Uncle George, do you think that George Washington exhibit should have been taken down and kept down?
Nope. I talked about that in my video. Trump is full of crap. How can you say that he was up there? How can you say you support Black American culture and our story? During Black History Month, he was at one of those meetings and he was on his soapbox talking about our culture. Did you see that video where a Black lady was speaking and she was like, and I'm grandmom said it?
Now I see that one.
Oh, hold on, man. Hold on. Wait.
Yeah, you know, I've been gone for 3 weeks. I took a break.
Hold on. I gotta show you this because I went in on this. Hold on.
Hey, y'all get the likes up while they put it up. Get the likes up. Share the video out. Make sure the likes are up.
Cause look, you be talking shit like me, so I know if you saw this, you would have went.
Yeah, you would have went in on
this. Hold on. That was my last live, right?
Yeah, we gonna ride. We gonna get it together. It's all gonna come together, you know. I heard Tariq over there saying no longer will they let the Democrat
real quick so you can see.
Right.
Hold on.
And more importantly, I say this because this is a great.
Wait a minute.
Like few others, really, like few others, and you've never really been.
Their integrity all the time. Hold on. Go get people. That's 19.
I love him. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you hear what Trump said first, and then her. Mm-hmm. Now I'm gonna preface this by saying she tried to say, "Now I'm 50, right?" She tried to preface this by saying, "Grandma said it," and I want to tell all young people, this ain't grandma. This is crack era grandma. This ain't Big Mama. This ain't Big Mama that know how to hum those gospel hymns without even saying it. Yeah, Big Mama that know how to make rolls from scratch. They
know how to sew quilts and everybody get quilts for Christmas.
Yeah, Big Mama is her mom. She's the crack era grandma. She ain't the grandma. So, because Big Mama would never be up there talking like this. But look, I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna qualify my point and why I'm saying it. Because I've been around long enough to see this shit, man. And a lot of young people get duped by these people because they come out here with this foolishness, man, and they be rocking us to sleep. But listen to what Trump say real quick, and then I'll show you why I said what I said. Hold on. I ain't have my timestamp.
Like few others, and you've never really been given the recognition that you should get for that. You know that, Ben? I don't think a lot of people have given the kind of recognition, but everyone knows.
Now let me pause that. Hold on. He's saying that we no longer was given. See, I like to talk to my people. Saying they built this country. Come out there, y'all don't want to hear
Black artists.
So now he talking about all of our accomplishments as Black Americans, right?
Okay.
We talk about all of our accomplishments because this was a live stream I did. I don't know the timestamp, so I can't. It's hard for me to.
Nah, it's cool. It's cool. Take your time.
Yeah, but let's see, because I'm cutting all in talking, but I don't know. I want y'all to hear this lady, man. And she said, and grandmom said it. Damn. Immigrants built this country. Hold on. What the hell? Meet with Trump and the black community. What? The foundational black Americans. Address this. Y'all see this, right? Y'all see this lady. And this is what I'm saying when I talk about political theater. You see how the people in the house, let me cook it.
I love him. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about that racist stuff. And don't be looking at me on the news, hating on me because I'm standing up for somebody that deserves to be standing up for. Get off the man's back. Let him do his job. He's doing the right thing. Back up off of him. And grandma said it.
Today we're here to honor.
Hold on. Let's go back. Y'all know damn well that's the crackhead grandmom. She been clean for 3 years, man. She listen, 1990, she was only like 25. She ain't no damn grandma.
Grandma, yeah, you ain't Big Mama.
Big Mama is her mom.
Yeah, there you go. Big Mama took care of the kid while she running them streets.
When you know a grandma ever get up there for them white folks and talk like that?
Yeah, Granny teach us early. We can't talk to the loud. They teach us that about racism. They teach us about how hard it's gonna be in this world for us. And all of these type of things. Nah, we don't hear no.
Grandma, hold on. Let me see. Did I say it? She said, and grandma, hold on. She said, and grandmom said it. Hey, all my young people come in. Let Bishop George tell you something. I'm going to tell y'all something. I don't want nobody else to know. I want all the young people, I want to tell y'all something, but I got to whisper it in your ear. I don't want the older people to know because they're going to get mad. That's not Big Mama. That's the crackhead era grandma. That's the 80s grandma. See, 40 years ago, she would have been young. That's the 80s crack era grandma. That's not Big Mama. That's not soul food Big Mama. That's not your mama's mama. That's what I'm saying. So when a brother from Philly asked the question, no, I'm saying that to say that when Trump want to take down our exhibits, he's taking down our story, right? Of things that happen to us. Because when he take that down top, what else he want to take down? What else are you going to start removing? Once you let them remove one and you don't push back, then where does it stop?
Take everything. They're going to swipe the board.
They want to watch the board. No, you don't take down our exhibits because everybody black wasn't slaves, but there was a lot of black people that was, right? And it's part of the story. So no, you don't allow that to be taken down. You don't allow that to be taken down. No. So
and George Washington was a melanated man. So that's gonna be in my new book that I'm coming up with right now. I'm about to drop.
One more time.
Little relative over here have made our country freer, and
I don't really, know no grandma to talk like
what
this.
they've really done is made life more just.
I love him. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about that racist stuff. And don't be looking at me on the news, hating on me because I'm standing up for something.
Okay. Now, watch this, right? Let me share. Watch this. And Tom, you in your 40s. When we were growing up, grandma told us to stay away from them white folks and don't be messing with them. Like, our grandmas come from the South, so they ain't talk English that good. Stay away from them laws.
Now we can't talk to the police. We get our ass whooped. The law, somebody running the projects, they ask the kids, "Hey, which way did he go?" All of us tell them, "Fuck you." Yeah, we gonna get our ass when we go in the house.
Show me a Big Mama in a video of the 60s with original Big Mamas over there caping for some white man. Where? It don't exist. I guarantee you she was on that work back in the day. She been clean for a couple. They probably offered her 2 dime bags to get up there and say that shit. Come on, man, look at her. She look like she got a little weight to her.
Wig cocked to the side.
Yeah, she done cleaned herself.
Looking like more than our Big Mama house. That wig trying to make herself look older than what she is.
Yeah, that's crap era grandma. Big Mama dead, man. She died in 85, man. No, that's not man. That ain't even Big Mama's sister. Mm-hmm. No, Big Mama's
that ain't auntie.
Like this. Man, no, bro.
Yeah, they don't even talk much. You feel me? They still remember what happened in the past. Like I can play a video right now. My grandma would say, "I believe in living around my own people. I'm not racist. I'm not prejudiced, but I believe in living around my own people."
My grandma was prejudiced. My grandma was racist. She said, "Stay away from them damn white folks. Don't bring them heathens up in here." My grandma used to be like, "Don't." She used to tell my uncles and them, "You better not bring none of them heathens up in here."
Nah, that's a fact. We definitely couldn't. We got taught at an early age not to intermarry or have a baby by the other side. Yeah, Granny taught us that young.
We wasn't taught to be outwardly vulgar racist like white folks, but we was taught to stay away from them for fear something could happen to us.
Oh yeah, we fuck around and end up doing something bad to them, because there's a lot of stories of great granddaddy had to offer him a YT man and get out of town for some years.
Yeah, that's why a lot of our names, you might go around Macon, Jackson, nigga. Your last name ain't Jackson, your last name is Johnson, nigga.
You switched today when you cross border, cross state line.
Yeah, that nigga killed 2 people in Arkansas, nigga, and moved to Detroit, nigga. And
that's a fact.
Wilson.
That's a fact. He got a whole family out there, little Wilson.
But we got a story, bro. We got, man, listen, we got us in America, we got a story, bro. Like just our migration periods from the South to the West Coast, from the South to the Midwest, from the South to up North, and then the free blacks that was already in these places. Man, we got a whole story. I think, in my opinion, and I could be wrong, we got a story that's more interesting than anybody else's story in the world.
Not only that, but most documented story than anybody in the world.
Yeah, because if you really unpack all that, if you go to like India, right? Well, now I'm going to use India because India got a story themselves, but the way India is broken down. But if you go to like just a country somewhere, like they have a culture there, you might have different people in there in their culture. But when you're dealing with Black Americans, you got blacks in the South, that's slaves, freed blacks in the South, freed blacks in the North, and then blacks in the North that are slaves. You got indigenous blacks. You got blacks that ran off the slave plantation and went and amalgamated into the indigenous groups. You got our periods of how we got into California and in the West Coast. When you deal with North Chicago and Detroit and Milwaukee, so many of those blacks that's from there is from Mississippi and Alabama, right? Just our stories, just moving around, like, and every thing I said got a story connected to it. There's a story connected to it. That's not the same. So, not counting the indigenous story,
right?
So, and that's what I'm trying to. That's what I'm saying, because it all depends. Some people say, like I said, you had indigenous blacks that was already here, but then you had people that they shipped here, right? And a lot of those people ran off slave plantations.
A lot of them would be indentured servants coming out of Europe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we got the less population. The guy that created SlaveWars.org said in 1870 census, it was less than 1% of Africans in the country. Mm-hmm. So that's 1870. That's Reconstructionary, and that's when they start putting the codes, the black codes, and the laws on people in the South to stop them from voting because they were outpopulated. So then they brought in Eastern Europeans and immigrants to come in and fill up these places so they can vote.
What year did they start bringing them in? What year they start bringing
1862, 1863, 84, that'll be the Homestead Act. And then they came back after 1877 Compromise Act, which ended Reconstruction in the South, and they started what will become known as white supremacy as they started bringing in these immigrants from Ellis Island in the 1800s all the way up to 1924. World War I started.
I saw something where it was in 1932. The population of Asians was only like 200 and something thousand in this country at that time. In 1932, they weren't even hearing large numbers.
Nah,
and the Caribbean, based off on the records, the Caribbean it was only like 180,000.
Yeah, and then in 1865, London B. Johnson created the Civilization Act, the first one since 1924. And he brought in Orientals and Africans. The Oriental be your Asian population.
Yes.
In 2011, Obama did away with Negro and Oriental. because when we go back to the 1800s, the languages Native Americans speak, and a lot of them were known, classified or not classified, but known as Oriental people. Yeah. So watch their history away. They took it out the book, so we won't go looking back.
Because I saw when you was on Brother Rich's channel, and they were talking about the Asians built the railroad, and I was saying on my channel, I said, well, wait a minute, and there was only 200 and something thousand recorded Asians.
How they gonna build this big ass American?
So let's just do the 230 was 264,000. How many of them was eligible working men though?
Check.
Right. So how do they build anything?
How many were women and children?
That's right. Right. So and then it was 12 million of us.
Yeah.
Right. So out of that 12 million, how many was working men? At least 5.
Even on the pictures that they have, where they have them on the railroads, you see us there.
Yeah,
you feel me? And our population is larger than them coming to work. So yeah, they're just another body or a helping hand.
Yeah, what I was getting from it, they put some there, but they tried again, right? That's out of history. They built it. No, nigga, you had 4 of them over there with 50 niggas.
Nah, for real.
Yeah, and they try to say that they built it. No, they didn't build nothing, because then they got the books talking about after the Louisiana Purchase and these different groups of black people that was helping them navigate through the fur trade.
Right.
There was black people helping the French navigate through those areas to sell, during that fur trade. I got that book. I was reading that. I was reading that when I was in jail.
Yeah, you had the Polynesians, you had the Melanesians, all of those islands, Hawaii, Kodak Islands, so on and so forth. All of those, Philippines, all of those indigenous people there were melanated people. And they did have, from the 1500s when the Russians came in and Ivan Van Sertima and them, they had crushed the Siberian trade, because before then, since the Ming Dynasty of the 12th century, they had been controlling the fur trade that was occupied by the Siberians. And as they were doing that, they had them in the form of slavery. They didn't have them in bondage together, but whatever resources they gathered, they would have to pay a large portion of that to the Russians.
This is doing it in America.
Well, this was the trade line that was coming from Siberia into the upper North Pacific areas, Canada, Washington.
Oh, you talking about up there? Okay, yeah, because I was talking about from Louisiana up through Illinois. That was one too. You had in the 1768. Yeah, the fur trade. They was saying it was black people that was helping them navigate.
Right, a lot of them jumped off when they docked in Louisiana. A lot of them jumped off and went and lived with the indigenous populations.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I know that.
Baritanians, they called the Baritanians.
Well, they would sound like beaver furs or something, but they was running them up through Louisiana, up through the Middle America at that time.
Right, taking them up into Charleston ports, taking them over down into the Charleston ports, and they were selling them up in the Canada region, Long Island, Rhode Island, and upper New York area. Yeah.
Well, they got that thing. What's they say? They the 2 white Frenchmen, they went down Lafayette or something. They went down the river or something. Them niggas ain't know where they was going, man.
Yeah, Lafayette was a nigga too. See, in 1803, when the United States got the Louisiana Purchase, they had never been past the Cumberland, the Cumberland line up there. So they didn't have routes down there, and they didn't have G passes where they could check in and cross, because the people robbed them. Yeah, so 1807 they created the Federal Road in Georgia. Now that road, they allowed the post office, things of that, mail carriers to come through and use their route to get to Louisiana. But they didn't make it down there until after the Battle of New Orleans or the Battle of 1812, where those Baritanians, those people that was jumping off the boats coming out of the Pacific Islands and living with the Indians, they fought side by side, and then the Union ended up flipping them and getting all of the pirating and looting. You know, they washed it off the board and gave them clear records if they would assist them. And that's how they end up taking over the New Orleans area.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was trying to see. Because you know, it's funny, when I was locked up, the brother from the Nation of Islam gave me a book. I got that book in here somewhere. They be having all the information. Because I used to always ask them, why y'all just don't come out and teach all this
You
stuff?
feel me?
They got all the information, everything you talking about. They know all this stuff already. But I'm like, why y'all don't be teaching this?
Yeah, I had put up a bill of me and Phil Valentine last night, and he was answering a lot of American
because they know it.
History. And that's what I asked him. Why didn't y'all teach this shit back then? Why did y'all bring us the African?
Because they wasn't allowed to. You got to teach what's in those
in the curriculum. There you go.
Remember, Elder Smalls, his family is from the Carolinas, bro. He'll tell you who his family is.
Indians. Yeah.
And he said he didn't talk like that when he came up here because nobody else was talking like that. So he just went along with what everybody else was doing.
Damn. Okay. You know, Leonard Jeffries, his mom told him, when you gonna teach about our Powhatan ancestry? And he told her, I'm working with what's his name? Haley, the one that wrote the
Alex Haley.
Yeah, he working with Alex Haley at the time right now. And then his grandpa, he speak about his grandpa not wanting a Christian burial, but an Indian burial. So they knew of that. Even John Henry Clark knew that he out of Alabama, he knew he had indigenous roots. Yes. And my thing is, why didn't y'all teach us that? Because now we coming back 50, 60 years later, and people have an identity crisis.
But did you see when Sinetta was at his mom's funeral? You see his uncle was on there. His mom's brother was telling them who they were.
Right. Yeah, he said, "Man, I gotta apologize to Top Cat." But when he was over here, his sister was on the phone. They was on the way to the family reunion in South Carolina, and I told him to put his sister on the phone. And I say, "Ask her." She grew up in South Carolina with her grandma. I say, "Ask her, did y'all grandma tell her that y'all had any inheritance?" And she said, "Yeah, we Cherokees." So I've been knowing that. That was like 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago.
Yes.
I just put the video on private because I ain't want nobody like trolling them or nothing. But yeah, we all heard it.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. We all heard it. We all seen it. And that's all I was saying, because the elders was already teaching it, but a lot of them wasn't teaching it. But when I was locked up, when I was like 20, the brothers from the Nation had all the books. They was teaching this stuff in the prisons. But I was like, why y'all don't teach this in the street?
Yeah.
They was teaching this. What they was doing was they was mixing. What they were saying, the way that they taught it was, we were indigenous to the planet, but they was teaching sort of the out of Africa theory. But their theory was, the white man is a liar. We came here on our own, thousands of years. They didn't bring us on ships. We came on our own. We traveled on our own. Everywhere that you went, you saw us because we left. We took the show on the road on our own way. What's the name even taught that? Dr. Kaba was teaching that. They taught that we was the first one to take the show on the road, and we was everywhere when everybody else showed up.
Yeah, and they said it was the Twa people and things like this.
But my whole thing was, even if you teach that, that's just still saying we indigenous to everywhere. Why you didn't keep teaching that?
Right. And why we didn't focus on the land that we're on, while we trying to focus our attention on a place that y'all need our skills and genius to go develop. You know, y'all tell us to create a civilization, but there's no standing civilization there. But in America, we have over 2,000 and some pyramids. We have so many mounds and all of these things right here that indicate that people with a highly advanced civilization was at irrigation water systems, canals, river systems that we dug out ourselves, things of this nature. So, yeah.
What I've learned, these groups can't get funding if they told the truth. So
no, that's real talk, because they joined up in 1958. The government got involved and started funding this African history, and they said they had less than a dozen teachers with the interests of Africa. So they started putting out funding for students to come in and learn African history and to take it back and teach it. That was in 1958, and Dr. Phil Valentine agreed to it. That's what happened. And he said that's what messed everything up. That's why all the traitors came in.
No, but that's what I'm saying. She said, "Girly girl 72, you still trolling me?" You said you hear Pan Africa 2.0 dressed up with FBA shiny pimp suit. You sound real stupid.
Yeah, that girl just be talking shit. She's a firecracker.
I've been in these spaces for so long, man. No, I come out of the Pan African thing, but nah, it's just people be just saying you can't please everybody. But no, and the reason why I'm saying that because I was in them spaces and I heard all the talking points. But even when I was locked up, because I still ask, I said, why y'all don't teach the same thing? But I look at it like I feel like if they was out here teaching all that kind of stuff, they'd have been shut down already.
Yeah,
they would have been shut down had they been out here telling us, because what they would do is even Khalid, he would say America's our home, but Africa's our throne. And what they meant by that was we all come out of Africa, but we're indigenous to the planet. But then they wouldn't emphasize on that kind of stuff. Look, brother, you from right here. Though they still would push everything back to like a more African.
Right. And that led them wanting to fight for Africa and not America. Well, they always talk down the hills of North America and we need to leave this place and all this. And it's like, fam, this our home. What we gonna leave our cemeteries over 200-300 years?
But they were still at the same time saying that we was indigenous to the planet.
Right. And now today, they're really saying it. A lot of them, Infidisi, everybody coming out. We know Ronoko Rashidi. A lot of people are coming out in this
day. Saying it, but what they was doing was, look, they was always saying this because this is what they would do.
Turn up.
The white man said that we was stupid, and the only time we traveled was when we traveled to the Americas. Henry McNeil Turner said, if it was, you know who Henry McNeil Turner is, right?
Yeah, AME Church colonizer. They pushed the colonization society. People
he said if it wasn't for the great and powerful white race taking us from, he said Christianity was divine. If it wasn't for the great and powerful white race bringing us to the Americas and allowing us to mix with them, we would still be in Africa. And he said that because we got their blood now, we can go. He said this verbatim. We can go back to Africa and build what the white man has built here. That's Henry McNeil Turner. He said
and Henry McNeil Turner had indigenous heritage. You see, he was a light-skinned nigga.
Yeah.
He went to Liberia for 90 days. And he came back and they asked him about his trip. He said a lot of his colleagues he lost along the way. He said that one day, his dream is that one day Africa will be a utopia the same as in North America. So they wanted to bring people from North America over to create Africa, their future paradise. What he said, but when he got there, he wrote letters saying, stop sending people here through the American Colonization Society because they have nowhere to live. The company didn't pay them. And they were going, the ones that did go into the interior ports, a lot of the women were great and a lot of the men were slaughtered. So he came back in 90 days and the commission asked him, do you want to go back at? He said he got to check with his wife, check on the house. So he never even went back. And that was one of the most horrible experiences he had. And that's his words in his deposition that he had when he got back.
Hey, share this. Let me show you another thing he said. Turner, right here, right? Turner regarded slavery as part of the divine plan to bring Africans to America in order for them, in his words, to come in contact with the Christian civilization. And by intercourse with the powerful white race, fit themselves to go back to their own land and make that land what the white man has made in Europe and of America. He contributed to Africans' missions by funding the Voice of Missions 1892, promoting immigration of American blacks to Africa. This is your first This is one of your first American coons.
Yeah, AME Church representative. Yeah, he's out the AME Church.
That's him right there. That's him right there. So So when girly girl, when you talking this pimp shiny suit, you better recognize who I am. Go check my content for you keep running your mouth.
She might be flirting though. Yeah,
Yeah.
she's a wildfire. She from Houston. Yeah, that's them Houston women. You know, they be wanting to test you. You know, she see you working out and shit. They be wanting to test you.
This Madison Grant, right? And like he said, the intelligence and the ability of the colored person is basically pretty much on how much white blood he got in him. So this is the stuff that they was teaching, and we was getting funded and was under these people. So this is Madison Grant. He had that book, The Rise of the Great Race, right? So all these people was hardcore racists, man. And we was up under these people. And my whole thing is this. The reason why I show that, because what a lot of these groups do, they try to counteract that by saying, no, some of them, not all of them, because some of them just teach that we came here on slave ships. Some of them teach that we took the show on the road and we left and traveled way before them because we had intelligence. They want to counteract what the white man said about us being dumb. And the only time we travel is when they put us on ships. So they counter that. But then when they counter it, they run up against, well, you got to prove it. And what they do is they don't stick with it. But if you listen to the elders, all of them say, well, I'm this, I'm that, I come from this. I'm like, well, why are you not teaching that? Why are you not teaching that? Because again, the funding ain't no funding. It wasn't no funding in that for them. The Black Studies, they not giving no money for you to be saying that you Tuscarora.
Nah, and we see that with you had Carter G. Woodson, Black Negro Month. They defunded him. The Rockefellers and other philanthropists, they defunded him because he went off code to the curriculum that they put down. He wanted to do his own thing. And then he fell on hard times and had to come back and sign a new contract that say he's going to abide by all of the rules and regulations. And they ain't had no problem with him no more. And now we coloring him in Black History Month as a hero. And when the whole time he had to go get the white man to do something that he could have did by himself.
What's the name? And what's the name was a restrictionist. A. Philip Randolph.
Right.
You read his story. He ain't want the West Indians and the Africans here.
Nah, not at all. And they was in Harlem deep. They was running rampant in Harlem.
Because what he was saying was us here in America, they was impeding on us getting jobs. It was already hard for us to get jobs, and they was coming here and getting the same benefits while not becoming American citizens.
Right.
So he was like, no, man, they ain't what you want to talk FBA talk. He was saying that in the 20s. He's like, no, they ain't us.
You had the Italians, you had the Irish, you had all these immigrants that was coming in, and we had to battle for them. An example is the East St. Louis massacre we was talking about. Yeah. That led up over labor. So they didn't want to split the labor with us. A lot of our people got fired, and they moved this immigrant population in after we trained them. And then they let a lot of our people go. That started a riot in East St. Louis.
Well, A. Philip Randolph was talking. I read the book on my live stream. I said, listen, bro, everybody wasn't down with that. He was cool with some NAACP people, but he wasn't rocking with what they was talking about. He was one of the first. Remember, he's supposed to be credited with creating the Black middle class for us,
right?
Because with the Pullman Porters and everything, but he was straight for Black Americans. He wasn't rocking with nobody else.
Yeah.
He was like, no, keep them niggas over there, man.
Because he knew they was scamming, and they was coming through religious organizations to do so. And so, shout out to A. Philip Randolph, man, for standing on business, American business.
But again, him, if you notice, and you've been in these spots for a long time, tell me if I'm wrong. Him, A. Philip Randolph, Dr. Neely Fuller Jr., right? People like even Dr. Amos Wilson, when he talked about the blueprint, did you notice in like the Black clergy, these Black ministers, these Black power structure, they never ever invoke or mention any of these men as if they don't even exist?
Right.
They talk about these other people. They never bring them up. You would never, ever, ever hear a preacher or any Black person of importance, so based off the system, mention Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. Never. His name would never, ever come up. But the names that they do mention all the time are the names that they only allowed to mention.
Yeah, because those are the people that ally with them to help take control over us, get us out these institutions, and create this false sense of we are under a threat of white supremacy. And while they're sitting in back rooms and making deals and getting their checks signed from them, but they're friend buddy with them, but they come and bringing this fear mongering these politics on us, you know what I mean, to have us think a certain way that we are a victim or we should, you know, bow down, turn the other cheek, and all of this shit, you know. At the same time,
what's the elder name? What's the name? Shit, what's the one to talk about our reparations? The real
Neely,
no, the real reparations, brother. The one to taught Tariq.
Claude Anderson.
Dr. Claude Anderson. Show me one time where you seen any of these black people on there even mention him.
Well, he actually worked with them. He was in government. He
helped
pass that affirmative action.
Yeah, he did. But you know why they don't rock with him? Because he brought the information out.
Yeah, he started telling the truth. He started telling it to the masses. Shit that was supposed to stay behind doors.
Yeah, he went out. What he did was he went outside with a megaphone and started saying, "Yo, this what's up."
But what did they do to him? Do you think he played a role as the spook that sat by the door?
Absolutely.
Or do you think he, after, you know, he didn't get the full credit or the work that he done, you know, he wanted to come back and out them because, you know?
No, I just think, you know what I think sometimes? I use Martin Luther King as this too, because people I look at his dad and his grandfather and all these other people. I think sometimes, man, we're grandfathered into certain groups. Like,
right.
You're born into a certain group and you're trained and raised up to be part of something. At some point, you start to see, like, man, I don't know if I really want to be a part of this shit.
Denmark VC.
Yeah.
You know, that's what Denmark did.
Yeah, you start looking around like anything. You in the room, everybody laughing but you.
Yeah.
Like, no, man. So then you start going off script.
Martin Luther King, like you just said.
That's why they killed him. He started going off script.
Goddamn right.
You know what I'm saying?
Like you say, he was groomed to be that person. They considered him the Messiah that was coming, and because of his family bloodline, and he was trained to be in that position.
His grandfather was somebody. He wasn't just some dude.
Exactly.
Nowhere.
Just like they groom presidents. You know what I mean? Since they're young, they groom them to be world leaders. And
so I look at I look at Claude Anderson as a guy that was an educated guy, came up through the system, but he still loved his people. So he started looking around like, nah, man, fuck these niggas, man. He made some money and he went outside and just told the truth. And they told that nigga, you can't get back in the building. He's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna give it.
Yeah, key card don't work.
Yes, key card don't work no more. But the young people now is talking his talking points 30 years later. So he did what he was supposed to do. He came, so you won't never hear these Baptist ministers mention him. Why wouldn't he? He was the one who created it. He created a whole economic blueprint for black people. Why won't y'all mention?
Yeah, powernomics.
Why won't you? And he was there with he was in the room with all these people writing up the economic stuff for him.
Yeah, they said a lot of things that came out, they used his, like they hijacked his affirmative action, which it was supposed to go to us. But it went to women, white women, and other.
And I got something too. You might not never saw this. He was on a thing 35 years ago, 40 years ago, going to churches, doing speeches about us being indigenous. You ever see his videos when he talked about the Hopi people and he talked about the Folsom people?
Yeah, my only thing with that is he is with the understanding that we mixed. We were Africans.
I know.
Mixed with
this the thing though, Top. He can be wrong, but this the thing, Top. The mere fact that he come from that and he's teaching that is a problem for them. Because
but I think it still leaves us powerless because, you know, like in y'all era, a lot of people went to Nation of Islam because Christianity was always, you know, it was taught that that's our only way out. Then when you had options, you know, like the Nation of Islam that was building up strong principles in men, when we dealing with this situation, if we're gonna say that we are the American Indians, but we're only American Indian through breeding with Native Americans, it still that's why Native Americans talk to us. We think Africans talk to us crazy.
Hold on, Top. Hold on. I gotta disagree. I'm gonna send you the video. There's a video where he's saying what year was that? He was in the church. I got that when he talked about
the Seminole Indians, right?
He was talking about the indigenous of us being here for 10,000 years.
Okay.
He's on a panel. I mean, not a panel. He's preaching, and he's talking about the Folsom people. And he was saying that the Folsom Indians were black on there. And he's talking about a lot of these different things. But he was one of the first ones. He was one of the first ones that I heard giving a frame of reference to black people being indigenous early on. Right now, a lot of people heard that, and they was listening to a lot of other stuff. But I believe that he was one of the guys outside of our grandparents and like these elders, because he's the same way. He's an old man that knew where his family was from.
Right.
And he wasn't allowed to tell the truth. But at some point, what they would do, like Elder Smalls and them, they tell the truth.
Yeah, slide it in. Yeah,
they slide it in. Yeah, they would slide it in with the other stuff. And that's what he would do. He was doing that 40 years ago. But I'm going to send you the video when he's talking about the Folsom people. He had a church, a packed church, talking about it.
Yeah, I used to binge watch I think man, if a lot of us put our truths with each other's truth, we'll come closer to the truth. That's what Dr. Deborah Blair taught me. I think those type of conversations need to be had. You know, what do you think about the new Hidden Color 6?
I'm waiting to see what it's going to look like now because it's so much other stuff that came out since the first ones. So,
the only thing I don't like is the slave narrative. The slave, like, we got to get past the slave trade narrative. Like, I think it's a little too much of that in the.
What you think? What you think? How should we? Because my thing is after slavery, the 100 years that we experienced after slavery, that window. From the South to the North to the Midwest,
1866 to 19 civil rights era.
Intimate domain, things taken from us, the murder cold cases, the way the media propaganda used our image to destroy us, where we couldn't acquire wealth. I'm more on that. I still rock with the slavery, but I'm dealing more from 1865 to like 1970, and those windows of what happened to us in these different cities. That's we've never got recompense for. I think we should focus more on that today.
Yeah, but I think a lot of people will lack the understanding and lack seeing themselves in the story. I think that way people just be going with the narrative, like you said earlier, the literature, and since the winner writes the history, they at advantage because. You know, they had a pen. They're pushing out the information in a way to where, you know, it makes us look like we don't have no rights to the land and don't own it. And I think by us taking ourselves off the land voluntarily by saying we came here on slave boats, I think if we're planning to move forward, I think we need to have the proper representation, the real history to have a real understanding so people won't get caught up and make the mistakes and we be still in this position 200, 300 years later.
I think, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, like I said, I could be wrong. And I want people to prove me wrong. This is just my ignorant opinion. I think that people are afraid to do what you're saying because they can't prove it.
And exactly. And that's why I think they're putting band-aids on open wounds instead of sewing it and curing this disease or this curses that's been put on us. And the number one thing is like who we are, you know, identity. A lot of people have identity crisis and a lot of people insecure when they don't find themselves in the story. So they're okay with using a different name because they have yet to find their true self and true history of themselves in the story. And at the same time, a lot of people not even trying. It's more easier just to take on something that generalizes us and put us in a group because now we feel like more numbers we have, the more better chance we have to win when we know that quality beat quantity any day. So
yeah, and like me, like I said, I don't profess when it comes to this ain't my area of expertise over here on the indigenous side, right? I know my family, I know my mama, I know my dad, but I don't know all of those treaties like that. Right? I do, but I don't know how to break it down the way you and what's the name do. So
yeah, you came here with the you came speaking about the Fort Battle, Fort Jackson.
Yeah. Well,
You know a lot more than a lot of people.
Yeah, I know about the Red Sticks, and I know about what happened when we was fighting with the Creek, and how some of us joined with the president, and I get that. I got some of I know the history, but I'm not. I can't. For me, like I said, I don't deal with ego. I can't confidently speak on something that I don't feel like I'm well versed in. So
right. And none of us could. Nah, ain't nothing wrong with that. None of us.
I can speak on Black history,
and
Pan African history, because I come from that, right? And I can transpose it to our history now. But when it comes to the indigenous history, I would have to come get y'all, because I don't want to mislead. I want to tell nobody nothing wrong.
There you go. And I think that's my point that I was making earlier, when we just said, instead of putting a Band-Aid on it, even though you got to crawl before you walk, you got to mumble before you talk, so it's not gonna happen overnight, and it's a process. So I look, maybe 2-3 years, I think we'll have a better understanding. It'll be more easier to unite, and as we start to see each other as brothers, sisters, cousins of the same struggle. Yeah.
Because I just think, for me, like, for years I always ask. Remember how the Moors would come around all the time? You ain't black. Stop saying you black.
Right.
I always say, and I remember I live up here in the East Coast, so I live up here, man. Harlem, Philadelphia, Black Renaissance. You got everything here, right? And everybody talking that shit. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, well, you niggas been around. The Moors been around since the 1700s in this joint. When y'all gonna build something? When you gonna have something that's on the Congress floor that the federal government is recognizing? When you come tell me I'm black, then what am I? Show me, but don't tell me no. Show me where I can take this to the State Department and I can get recognized with it. Oh man, brother, man, get out my face.
See, they gonna have a problem because HR 75, when the Moors came to Philadelphia, the United States government deemed them to be migrants who came from Egypt, North Africa, and now found a home in the city of Brother Love, Philadelphia. So that's what, 1930s that they got that, and so they're 100 years old from the Moorish Science Temple.
What's the thing down there in South Carolina when the 1700s with the Moors? They were saying that they supposed to have was a 1737
1740 Negro Act. Yeah. All it did was mention the Moors. See, one thing they didn't mention is that the Moors fought on side of them. Even in the Revolutionary War, the Moors fought on side of them. So that's why they had a treaty in friendship, 1787 treaty and friendship, peace and friendship treaty. And then the 1790, you get the act where these people came over and they wanted to be deemed with the same rights of friendship under the contract that they had with the newly dude from Morocco. So 1740 was really about a 1739 Stono Rebellion. In the area of Charleston, you had an Indian nation called the Stonos, where they fought with them. And in 1940, they passed the law so they can basically put curfew, so they can
the Stono Rebellion, who they said that what they say them people came, based off what they wrote in the literature. They say that they brought these slaves from Congo, right?
Then they came back and changed it. They came back and changed the guy named the German Cato, and then they called his name. They gave him an African name. Then they said he possesses an African name, but no one knows.
Oh, because I remember in the literature it said that these people, you couldn't enslave them. They couldn't be. They was too. You couldn't tame them. They kept them down. And they said that they had stopped with like 10 years. They stopped importing slaves from the Congo. That what they wrote in some of the writings in the literature. But then, like I said, you got that part of literature I don't have. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. That's why in today's time, because there's so much new stuff coming out, I'm not going to speak on something I'm not comfortable speaking on.
Right on.
Yeah, it's just like, because it's so much. But I just feel like, for me, I feel like when you deal with all these groups, the Hebrews, the Black Church, the Nation of Islam, the Moors, a lot of our indigenous brothers. My whole thing is, what I keep asking is, I want to see something on where we can see the template that you went down there, and this is recognized by these federal black These black people are recognized by these black American people are recognized by the federal government using these talking points. And now it's recognized, and we have a template that we can use to go on. I just haven't seen it for me. I see people with paperwork, but I haven't seen nothing that's recognized by the federal government yet.
Yeah, that's going to be hard to do. You know, you have state recognition, then you have federal recognition.
Right.
You damn near don't want to be under federal recognition because you're not sovereign. You still are controlled by the Congress. So whenever they have a problem, they have to go to the Hill. They have to go to Washington and settle those things out. So in the 1940s, they came with an act called the Termination Act, where they terminated all tribes, terminated funding and everything. And what they had to do was sign back up under a new charter, no different than like 501c3s, or if you deal with church status or whatever, and you get paid off your membership, things of that nature. Right. So yeah, they dropped all the funding from them and made them sign back up. And when they signed back up, they were able to put their people in there. That's why
because somebody said, well, then you do it, George. But see, the point you're missing, my brother, is I don't know how to do it. That's why I'm talking to Top Cats. Like, comprehension is key, my brother. I'm not see the difference between.
Hey, y'all chill out, man. This my real partner, man. Don't do that, fam.
A lot of y'all, I ain't dealing with ego. I don't have a problem.
Nah, hold on. Nah, again, I got. Hey, y'all, listen, man. Check it out. Y'all know damn well we don't have no company over here. So if somebody come over here, I really fuck with them. This is my real homie. So, man, show him the same respect that y'all show me, man. Yeah. We can agree to disagree. He not coming over here to be our enemy or nothing like that. Yeah, we keep hearing him saying he coming to ask questions. Same thing y'all do.
Yeah, I don't. My whole thing is I don't even know how to use that genealogy and paperwork. And I'm not saying the difference is I'm not saying I do. That's why I'm talking to Top. I don't know how to do it.
And a lot of them are here so they can get information, so they may have questions. So you doing the same. We all doing the same thing. So man, chill out, man, and read the room. That energy is for other people, but not for nobody that I cut for, fam. You hear me calling them uncle, that's a sign of respect. If we was tripping, y'all will know I was tripping. This is not one of them moments, man. So get a brother his respect, big man. When we first met about 5 years ago,
that was
probably 5 or 6. You feel me?
Yeah, that was on Google Hangouts. That was like 7, 8 years ago.
Yeah, we was on Taz. So shout out to Taz.
Mm-hmm. That was the Google Hangouts.
Yeah, so man, this King had watched my journey, you know what I'm saying? When ain't nobody even know my name. So
yeah, I remember, you was on I remember that day we was talking and you was telling me all this stuff. I was like, I didn't know what the hell you was talking about.
Hey, the number one question you ask me, you say, hey, if the things you're saying is true, then do that mean Dr. Ben and John Henry Clark lied to us? And he showed back up 5 years later, and he broke down the history of Georgia. He broke down how the indigenous people had to be enslaved on their own land. He even asked the question, as y'all keep hearing him say, I have a Pan-African background, but he even asked the question, why would you need another population of people to come down here and farm and sharecrop, work the land, when you already have a people who here and already know how to do the job? So, man, it's not by where you start, it's by where you finish. And all of us been through a journey. We ain't gonna act like we knew this shit, went to sleep, knew this shit, woke up.
Study though. I remember, no, what happened was we was talking, you brought up black. I was like, Black Europeans? Who the hell? When we was on it, we was talking for almost 2 hours.
Yeah.
Panel. I was like, who the hell is these Black Europeans? Only Black European I had knew was Queen Charlotte. I ain't know nothing about none of that stuff.
Yeah.
But what happened was, because I'm real cool with what's the name of them? True Story, Truth.
Yeah, so, shout out to Truth.
Yeah, you was battling with them.
Who was with me? Who had my back?
I can't remember.
Nobody. Hey, I was out there by myself.
Yeah, you was battling Truth and Rob Bourne.
Yeah. Everybody can get it. I'm in there by myself, low.
And you know, I really didn't rock with a lot of them dudes, but I rock with Truth. So I was coming, so a lot of stuff I was like, man, what is he talking about, man? But you made me go study this stuff myself. When you would tell me, I would go look it up. And then, you know, from over the years, from time to time, I would
we'll bump into it till we cross paths. Yeah,
I would come out the bushes and be like, remember I came in, I talked about the creek and the red sticks. I was asking you what, because I was reading this stuff. You tell me something I don't know, I'm gonna go look it up. So like, nah, I don't, when I don't know something, I ain't got no problem at all saying I don't know something. And when it comes to the indigenous stuff, man, I know who my grandmother is, right? I know my mama, right? But I don't, I can't. I know what the elders said, but the elders didn't teach it. Elder Small said what his family was, but he never really went deep into teaching us that stuff. He just talked about the Pan-African stuff. But you just think about it. You got an elder that you respect. He teaching you Pan-African stuff, but at the same time saying he grew up going to the mounds and with his family and stuff in the Carolinas. That's crazy, ain't it?
Yeah.
That's crazy. But that's what they was teaching us. I learned about some of the stuff of indigenous that you was talking about was foreign to me, but I learned from the Nation of Islam. And then when I met you, you was just going crazy. That shit was, I didn't know what the hell you was talking about. boy, you like 3-4 years ago, oh, they was bringing the smoke. You and Dan Calloway, boy, they was bringing the smoke to y'all, boy.
Man, I was out there every day. They ain't had to come looking for me because I was looking for them. I was knocking on their door. Yeah, we ain't never had no battle over here. They ain't come up. I went to where they was at. How many fades I got? I want them all.
Yeah.
And now today
they was coming. And the thing is, like, you quiet a lot of that stuff down over the years, though.
Yeah, for real. I'm still here. A lot of them not. Shout out to them though. Truth was a bad man. Rob Bourne was a bad man. Yeah, it was a lot of people had that real.
Truth is probably the best one.
Truth got that dead. He gonna take you in the deep waters and try to drown you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shout out to Truth, man.
But see, you and Truth, like I met Rob Bourne personally. Like, me and Rob Bourne's cool, like beyond the work. But we into working out and all that kind of stuff. But to me, you and Truth was the ones I respected the most, even though y'all on two opposite sides of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Because I felt like y'all really took it personal and cared about what you was teaching. Like,
right.
You never wavered. Like you, when I met you, who you are is the same thing you're doing now. You never ever waver from what you teach.
Right,
many people grift and straddle the fence. They teaching this one year, the next year they over here.
Yeah.
They teaching this shit forever. And like I said, I was like, man, I don't know what the hell this nigga talking about, man. But as time went on, you just never stopped. You never stopped. And I said, yo, they gonna get his ass. They never got you. They never.
I got them though. You know what I'm saying? I got many as I can get. I damn to try to get them all. And now today, we see a lot of attention is on the Americas, and a lot of those movements, and they don't even exist no more. You know what I'm saying? So that's what a lot of people don't know about me, though. And a lot of people try to take credit for it. But when we was in them rooms, it wasn't no other Indians in there. Tell them, I was the only one in there.
Only you, because it was only you at the time. Because Dan Calloway, he at that time he had blew up early on without
right before I got here, right?
Yeah, but he had blew up separate from everybody, and they was fishing trying to get to Dane, but Dane was ignoring.
But yeah, they couldn't fuck. Yeah, they turned his phone out.
Yeah, Dane was ignoring him. So, and then Dane told him, remember, he said, I need 10,000 to debate, and they didn't want to give him the $10,000.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh man, I remember all that. But Dane was bringing through, like, what I think what it, like I always told you though, you gotta understand something, bro. Like, you from the South, we grew up being taught a certain curriculum, and then somebody come in with something different,
right?
I don't think a lot of times it's hate. It's going against what you've been taught. Especially up north. We got all these damn schools of thought we've been taught. Man, Big Mama was saying that we was indigenous. Big Mama was saying that we was Indian, but that's all we was told. We wasn't being told a story. You came with a story.
Right.
That's the difference.
It showed everybody that they had a story, you know. They just have to go look for it. If we reading these books and reading history, then if we look into our own story, that's history. That's our history. And it make us my stories. You know what I mean? That's true knowledge itself. Because if I know the world history and I don't know nothing about myself, then I really don't know nothing. You feel me? So yeah, my thing was don't follow me, follow your bloodline, follow your family tree, man. And it'll open your eyes to a world that you ain't even know exists, or a level of consciousness you ain't know exists. Because a lot of these things, these doctrines have ceilings on them.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
And I always told you, since I know you, I remember the only thing I didn't understand was the Black European part. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was new for everybody. I had to fight Indians and everything over there.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Fight every day.
That was crazy. But I'm gonna tell you what happened though. Because on our panels, me and Taz, we was cussing everybody out.
Yeah,
we was smoking niggas. But the only reason why I never came at you like that, because when you was teaching, even though I didn't understand, I remember my dad's mom. My grandmother told me this. She said that we was Native and African. So when
I remember you always told me that.
Yeah, that's what she said. She said we was African. She said we was Cherokee. But my grandma was a high yellow woman with green eyes with long hair. She said that they were Cherokee. Their family was from Georgia. She said, but we had African in this too. That's what she always told us. But she never gave me the whole story. So when you were saying that we was indigenous, it wasn't foreign to me because I had heard it in my family. I just never got the story part. You came with a whole damn story.
Yeah.
So that's why it was just where sometimes you might get pushback because some of people never heard
of it. Yeah. That's why I came every day and fought every day until they got their understanding. So even like today, Rob Bourne, he can identify with his Caribbean heritage. He can identify with his Gullah heritage, Cherokee heritage, things of that. Sarnetta, a lot of these elders. Shout out to Bro Rich. You see, Bro Rich brought me on. He loved that Indian history.
Well, he always was separate from Bro Rich. Always
he was always a spiritual brother.
Yeah, he always
this right here resonated with him. This resonated with him. He doing the genealogy. He down into the 1700s on the genealogy.
Because I'm gonna tell you, because people have been exhausted on these old teachings that's not getting us nowhere. I think what's happening right now, in my opinion, I think that a lot of people still don't even understand the indigenous, but they willing to try anything different. Just to, you know what it is now? Give me the book, brother. I'll read it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The other shit not working.
The nigga lost hope. Yeah.
The shit not working, bro. We being gentrified out of our communities, bro. We being replaced. You mean to tell me you gonna still use this old shit? Ain't work? No. You better try something different.
Nah, that's real.
I think that's what's happening because a lot of our people still don't know. But I'm not gonna say because in the South, I know it is different in the South. But you still have that Bible Belt teaching too. But a lot of people is willing to try something different outside of the old status quo. And that's where me, I'm part of that. It's just like, you know what? This shit ain't working, man. Let me try to educate myself on this. My only thing is, because you said something before I go, you said something that was and I cut you off when you was talking at the time. When I asked, you said don't get federally recognized, then what should we do?
Well, if we go under the tribes today, that's a system that they came through in the 1930s, 1940s, 50s, and 60s. And that's why they kicked all of our elders out of the tribes, because this is something new. But what we had that's all 1900s.
Right.
What we had that they don't have is we are the people on the treaties. We are the people that own the towns. So what we're owed is totally different. And the 1866 treaty, we were given land allotments that had nothing to do with anyone governed over us that didn't look like us. So if we start looking into our story and actually tying ourselves back to these treaties, these towns, and we'll have a better understanding on what happened to us. If we go federal recognized, the BIA is racist than the motherfucker. So they were part of kicking us out of the nation. But a lot of money, U.S. still is holding on a lot of money because it goes to the descendants of those people. They cannot release it unless we're in our proper state. So we keep taking on these titles, then that keeps us from attaching ourselves to the actual treaties where we can find remedy and reparations at. And so that's the whole reason why the reparation movement started doing genealogy, because I told them exactly what I just said now. They didn't start looking for lineage. Yvette Cornell was saying lineage, but nobody did their genealogy or knew how to do it. So I taught it to them. And now today, like Tariq, he said FBA is a lineage group, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. So lineage is basically saying they're a genealogy group, the study of their ancestors. So us on this side as Indians, we're genealogy first. So we're into knowing our story, who we are, so we can know exactly what happened to us, and that'll make our case stronger. So yeah, that's what I meant on that. We get in the bed with BIA and all of that shit there and federal recognition, they gonna treat us like they treat the natives. You know what I mean? And
Okay.
yeah, we're not old that. We have a whole different conversation. We own North America. We own this motherfucker and everything in it. We built it up from the factories to all the events, everything. We're owed way more.
Okay. Got you. So let me ask you then, because how do I tie this in? Because this, in the FBA argument, we're arguing, take the African out for a minute.
Right.
FBA argument, we arguing with the brothers and sisters from the Caribbean, right? Based off of your teaching, does the Jamaicans and the Barbadians and Trinidadians, do they tie into our story as well because we was being sold, back and forth like that?
Yeah, well, they'll be a part of the West Indies Regiment. Shout out to OG Eric Walking in the building down there. Mm-hmm. You had a West Indies Regiment, the Britons. This is an empire of the Britons, not the British that came in the 1700s, but the Britons that came before then, the Redcoats. They fought. Their military branch was throughout the West Indies and also connected with the upper colonies. So yeah, they had empires and their bloodline stretched to different empires, and they ruled in those and governed in those areas. So yeah, that's why we can't count it out. That's why they have the same surnames as us. You know what I mean? So,
but that's why I came to ask you that, because I know we have like these these diaspora wars. But I've been around you long enough to know. I thought of you. I said, Top Cat gonna have something different. I said, I gotta go ask him, because for me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, when I'm looking at these charters and they're saying, well, they created this charter with people black people they brought from Barbados, right? And they created this Georgia charter and these different charters. We know there was already black people there as well.
Right.
They created these charters with these people, and they've been there since the 1700s. How are they not amalgamated and mixed in as the same people?
Well, the charters are gonna come down from the kings. Mm-hmm. Now, the kings, they try to make it seem like the kings lived in Europe, but they actually lived in what we call the 13 colonies.
Yes.
Just before they came into statehood, when the origins of the United States, 1776, as the states that they came in and occupied in their jurisdiction, that's when they came into statehood. Not before then. Before then, they had different names. Like New York, you had New Netherlands and Amsterdam before New York. Yeah. So, I would say look at it in that sense. What was the last part of the question?
It was basically just saying like how and right now online with FBA and the Caribbeans and Africans. Because what I do is I teach more FBA business. I don't bang on how they banging back and forth. I don't bang on the Caribbean African. I correct and check the ones that talk bad about us, but I don't like really just bang on Trinidadians and Africans because I've been trying to figure out. I know as foundational Black Americans we have our story, but take the African out for a minute. Based off of what happened to us in our story here, and where does the Caribbean, those people in the top part of the Caribbean, tie into our story?
Okay, well, a lot of us was bi-coastal, so even when you looking into the Florida tribes and even some portions of South Carolina, all of that was considered Caribbean area.
Yeah.
All of that was controlled by Arawak Indians, Taínos, these indigenous people that were in the Caribbean islands. A lot of, as we see the island, most people are born on mainland and then they go out and colonize these islands. Maybe they have natural resources or different kind of fruits and plants and things like this here, medicinal plants and shit that they can't, that they went and found, so they populated them. But how they fit in, a lot of our bloodline is there. Like a lot of the Seminoles, when they left, they went to the Bahamas from Florida. Some came to Texas, some went to Red Bay and Bahamas and populated those areas.
And let me put the question in there then. So based off of what we're seeing right now online, do they have a legitimate claim when they talk about Black history as part of their history as well? And I'm asking this from your perspective, not mine.
Yeah, and I got you. In their own right, because what took place there may have not taken place here. You feel me? And if they want any type of reparations or anything, or if they owe something, then it would have to be with the events that took place on that landmass. Same as here in North America. Even in North America, we had to split it into the pie because at certain times slavery wasn't even in some of those areas. A lot of people had it different, and our experiences wasn't the same. So even with us in America, it's not a one size fit all. What happened in New York didn't happen in Alabama. What happened in Philadelphia didn't happen in Arkansas. And so we have to look at it as that as well. They have conditioned us to look at the United States as 50 states, 51 states in this nature, but truly it's so many different cultures. I mean, the terrain is different, mountain areas. Like right now it's cold up there, it's hot down here. It's like we have to take in consideration of all of these things. Also migrations of people as well. But the whole banging on the Caribbean, some of those people are imported there. You know what I mean? Their mind frame, to be closer to a European mind frame. I'm talking about the European that's over in Europe on the other side of the water. They will have this coon ass mindset, but it's people there who, you know what I'm saying? They not going for nothing. Like you grew up around Jamaicans and all of that. They'll machine gun your ass down. Them Haitians will hack your ass into pieces. And we have the same temperament. You feel me? So, and if something was to go down, just like in the past, everybody didn't help. But for the majority and the indigenous people there, because those were the people getting depressed, they were ready to ride. They were ready to rise up.
But that's why I think, it gets confusing sometimes because we'll say, we've been written out of history. And I feel like sometimes, this is my perspective, that a lot of them don't respect our story here in America. But then when we start unpacking the story and we start saying, well, wait a minute, I feel the way I feel. But they feel like, no, nigga, you my cousin. Your story is my story. Big Mama and them was sold up there to North Carolina, and then what y'all was doing down here, they sold Big Mama in North Carolina, and y'all start doing y'all thing up there.
But see, it'll be two different incidents here. If he's still on that mainland, he gonna have to deal with the events that happen there, and we'll deal with what happened over here in America. Right, exactly. We gotta split that shit up, nigga, because what you lost don't equate to what we lost. We have states larger than they islands, things of this nature. You feel me? So, and at the same time, I say this, you know, they have programs for us, reparational programs over there. You feel me? So them being with the British until what 1970 or something like that, they got their freedom over in the islands. Different times like this here, that had nothing to do with us. Shit, we got ours in the 1800. Those type of laws were restructured in the 1800s. So it's not even the same story. While we were doing that, they still were going through a form of servitude, slave labor. So it wouldn't, in the court of law, it wouldn't be the same case. They would throw it out. It would have to be separate matters, conflict of interest.
And I feel like for me, having Caribbean in my family on my mom's side, I feel like with them, what they do to us is unfair, because when what they want to have it is, when it's a win for us, it's a win for them too. But when it's a win for them, it's just a win for them.
Tell them look at the Olympics. When we at the Olympics, if Jamaica win, that don't mean the USA win. You feel me? So
right. But you see what I'm saying though? Here in America, you watch them, they want to latch on to our stuff, and when we win, they win. But
well, I say this here. I honestly think that it's more people that through the struggle, they resonate with us. Now I feel like a lot of those people that we see doing that, they're coming from a different mind, a colonizer mindset. Yeah. They're coming through these programs. They're the ones seeking these programs. It's a lot of people on the rock or in these islands that'll never make it over here. But the ones that do, they're making it because sometimes it's family affiliation. You know what I'm saying? Bloodlines do matter. And or they coming through these programs, whether it be like the DACA program with Obama, or these different government programs where they bring in foreign exchange students and put them in HBCUs and tell us that ain't no more slots left. These type of things, but they want to groom them so they can be the future Joy Reids and different things like this. So they send them to HBCUs to get the experience. They put them in these sororities and different things like this, have them study African American history, and now they're the teacher and they're the spokespeople. I don't think it's all of them, but I do think it's those that do seek those programs, because when I was in Jamaica, a lot of them niggas, you know, they don't have a clue about the politics or anything like that is going on in America. They just influenced by the culture, they way that they twist or how they do it in their culture, and they look at us the same. Yeah.
So last question. Would you say based off of our conversation and then what you teach, take the African out for a minute. Right. Let's just deal with us and then our people in the Caribbean and South America, right? Central America. Am I wrong, or would it be safe to say that based off the kingdoms that was here before, like the European came and put these geographical lines in, we were all just one family? Basically.
Now I wouldn't say that because we was warned. We territory, you know.
No. That's what I was ready to get to.
Okay.
We were like kingdoms and with different trade back and forth. Like we knew who each other was and stuff like that.
Exactly.
If you take away the geographical lines and stuff like that, the blacks that was in Trinidad or the blacks that was over there and these other areas, we knew who they were. They knew who.
Yeah, because it was companies. It was companies being ran over here, and you know they were back and forth. And a lot of these port cities, they come in there, they meeting the girls. You know, they want to hit the. They've been on the sea. They want to go to the brothel. They want to go fall in the spot where they gambling and look ahead and beautiful women. And they start procreating. So this trade been going around for tens of thousands of years. Is older than, you know, what the history books tell us, you know. So yeah, they've been coming through, and they had maps, they had the guides. You know, Cuba and Miami not that far apart, you know, Puerto Rico and all of exactly. So we definitely had relationship with those in South America. Again, with the resources they grow here and the resources they grow there. It's how you getting the pineapples and these different resources from these other places. They were they were companies. And so, yeah, it was traffic back and forth on the highways of the water, back and forth back then. So we know genes swapped, and we know that culture, they got music over here. Okay, shit, well, I'm finna go book a show over in goddamn me Bahamas and go rock out, things of this nature. So it definitely was a change in culture.
Yeah, I said that was the last question. I got one more.
Now,
what would be, if there was one something that we can start from, just one that we can start from to make it go? What would be, if you had advice based on what you said for FBA with the treaties? What would be one treaty you would say that we should look to as a template to start from?
1866, because I know the FBA, they're comfortable around the 1870 era. So you have 1866 treaty, and then later it came back March 22nd, 1870. So, I know they're comfortable in that area. So I tell them to look into that era right there. 1866 treaty, which was signed side by side with the 14th Amendment, which offered in Indians to come into the United States jurisdiction. They wouldn't be considered an Indian; they'll be classified under a freedman. But if they're Indian not taxed and they were outside of the sovereignty of the U.S. and they operate in their own government, so you had those two choices. But during the 1866 treaty, we were not under supervision of no one. We got land that we govern ourselves over, and that's how all those great towns, a lot of them were built, and a lot of them were already there. But these places became the richest places in America. Bolio, Oklahoma.
I see here specific treaties: 1866, the Choctaw Chickasaw side. 1828, 1866 required nations to provide for freedom and citizenship and accept a $300,000 payment for land, which the United States held a trust. I see here with Muskogee.
Right, and we didn't get, a lot of people didn't get that money. That's what I'm saying. And the Cherokee, you see, they let their freedmen in. Now they can't even be called freedmen or slaves. They have to be called Cherokee citizens. Now the trick to that is that money you talking about in those acres and land, the people didn't get it. So they came back with the dollars.
Yeah, I know. And then you have the treaty included concessions of land required the recognition of rights for people of African descent in the Muskogee. And the crazy thing is,
that's part 2 right there.
Now, I see what you're saying though, because I know I'm cutting you off. I see what you're saying. You good. Because it's even let's just say, I'm hypothetically speaking from, let's just say they're not recognizing black people, not saying that they're indigenous, right? It's still recognizing you in here for the things that you're supposed to get on paper. Right, all the way back then. It's including you in with them that you never got.
You on the Creek one? Go to the Creek one.
Hold on. This is the Cherokee, the Muskogee. Let me see if they pull the Creek up. They got the different ones. Hold on. Let me type that. Let me put that one in.
Hey, y'all, jump on that like button, man. Make sure to share. Appreciate that love and cash.
Creek Treaty 1866.
All right, now go to Article 2.
Wait a minute. It did it twice. So. Creek Treaty 1866. Creek. Why I say Crete?
Go to Article 2.
All right, the Treaty of 1866 with the Treaty Nation signed June 14, 1866 was.
Hey, can you share your screen, my bad? For the audience.
Yeah, hold on.
All right.
I think I read this before too. The Creek Nation ceded the western half, because remember they fought the war and lost, and they had to cede up all that land, right, to the United States government after the war, wasn't that
right?
Yeah, they lost.
So after the Red Stick Wars,
yes,
it's gonna come into the Seminole Wars, 1816 to 1858, really through the Civil War.
They had to give up 3 million acres of land, bro. Damn.
More than that. That's just one time. That's a one-time payment. They came back. Man, they was getting 6 million, 10 million, 2 million, 800,000. Yeah, they would clean it out. From 1861 to 1960s, they had took over 60 to 70 million acres of land from us.
I see here. So Freedmen Citizenship Article 2, the treaty stipulated that enslaved persons of African descent held by the Creeks along with their descendants were to be recognized as citizens of the Creek Nation with equal rights to the land and national funds. Well, how come we never got that?
Now, hold on, because that's not us. Now go to Article 4.
All right, hold on. Let me see if it got
it. Click on that. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, let me make it bigger so I can see it.
Now, hold on. I want you to go back up to 2 real quick because this one got a more of a breakdown.
The Creeks, the Creeks hereby covenant an agreement that henceforth neither slavery nor involuntary servitude otherwise than in the punishment of crimes whereof the parties shall have been duly convinced in accordance with laws acceptable to all members of said tribe.
All right, now hold on right there. Now I want you to come all the way down to 1. Now go back up to 2. So from the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, from the bottom, come up 6. It started at nation.
Wait a minute.
Well, you can come up here where it say laws and usage. You can start up there, or who have thus residing in the country. You can start there.
Oh yeah, man.
There you go, right there. Yeah, you almost by it.
Ratification, the treaty. Wait a minute. Thus,
come up.
Oh, okay. I see it.
Okay.
Okay. We who have been thus riding in said country and may return within 1 year from the ratification of this treaty, and their descendants and such others of the same race may be permitted by the laws of the said nation to settle within the limits of jurisdiction of the Creek Nation as citizens.
So they saying that the so-called Africans are to settle in the limits of the jurisdiction of the Creek. So they have someone to govern over them. Okay, now let's continue.
Okay, a Creek citizens thereof shall have and enjoy all the rights and privileges of native citizens, including an equal interest in the soil and national funds. Oh shit. And the laws of the said nation shall be equally binding upon and given equal protection to all such persons and all others of whatsoever race or color who may be adopted as citizens or members of said tribe.
All right, now come down to 4, Article 4.
Immediately after the ratification of this treaty, the United States agreed to ascertain the amount due to the respective soldiers who enlisted in the federal army.
All right, so my bad. So these soldiers left the Confederate. The Confederate attacked them in Oklahoma. They fled to Kansas, where Abraham Lincoln created the USCTs, United States Colored Troops. The name of the war is the battle on ice. And for them winning and defeating the Union Army, they're gonna give these Indians who enlisted under the Federal Army loyal refugee Indians. All right, you can start there. So they're talking about us now. That part 2, they wasn't talking about us. Now, Article 4, they're talking about us.
Who was the black people? Oh, they was talking about the Africans that they brought here?
Right, and that'll be a lot of like North Africans, conquistadors who came down, or Iberian Peninsula people who came down into Florida who was fighting with the Seminoles.
Okay. Loyal refugee. Okay, I got you. Loyal refugee Indians and freedmen in proportion to their several losses, and to pay the amount awarded each in the following manner, to wit, a census of the Creek shall be taken by the agent of the United States for said nation, under the direction of the Secretary of the Interior, and the roll of the names of all soldiers that enlisted in the federal army. Loyal refugee.
Hold on, right, watch this here. So right there, they telling you they have the names in the records. They know who is who. That's why they wrote that in Article 2. But they know exactly who the people that fought in there, and the people that fought in there are listed as Indians. All right, let's walk.
Wait a minute. Well, under the direction of Secretary of the Interior for the role and the names all soldiers enlisted in the Federal Army, loyal refugee Indians and freemen be made by him. The Superintendent of Indian Affairs for the Southern Superintendency and the agent of the United States for the Creek Nation shall proceed to investigate and determine from the said roll the amounts due to the respective refugee Indians.
Okay. Hold on, you see, they saying that they owe who something?
Us.
Okay. What term they use though?
The refugee Indians.
Turn up. Let's go. Why we refugee? Because we fought their ass. They came down here tripping, and we put a ass whooping on them.
And shall transmit to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs for this approval, and that of the Secretary of the Interior, their awards together with the reasons therefore, and the case in case the awards so made shall be duly approved. Said afterwards shall be paid from the proceeds of the sale of the lands within 1 year from the ratification of this treaty.
Now look, now they said again that they went back and said they owe us something too, not only money but land. Mm-hmm. All right, let's walk.
Or so soon as the amount of $100,000 can be raised for the sale of the land and to other Indians. But this is the question though: how did those Asian looking Indians
they not in the story yet?
Oh, who these people that they giving it to?
This is the predecessors to the Buffalo Soldiers. These are the Indians in Indian Territory that fought on side of the Union when the Union was losing to the Confederates. So they came up and they were called contraband because they didn't have a title for them inside the U.S. jurisdiction. So Abraham Lincoln created the USCTs. We know we hear Frederick Douglass say, put a rifle in their hands. You remember that story? Frederick Douglass say, put a rifle in these people's hands, mm-hmm. and they'll win the war. Right. And that's what happened. They put the rifle in there and they hunted all them niggas down. That was mixed race that signed with the Confederacy and tried to sneak attack them. And they had a ragtag army and still defeated them. Made it up to Kansas, joined the USCTs, and defeated the Union Army. And they had the last Confederate general surrender to them. So for that, the United States is going to award them because they helped them defeat the Confederate.
My question is, how do we, with all the stuff that's going on now, like with this black leadership that's out in front of us, right? The black clergy, these black Democrats, these black Republicans, and how do we come out and we take this Article 2 and 4 and we prove this to be us? Like
right there where it say that they listed the names. Mm-hmm. Right there when they say, yeah, the U.S. War Department had the names, as they just said in this treaty. They have the names, but if we're going by these other identities, then we're outside our proper self. So we can't even go in and represent under something that the U.S. never heard of. If it's self-proclaimed titles that we made up, they have no standing in law. The law of the land is the treaties. The law of the land is the Constitution, and Indians or owe something in the both of them.
Where do we go at in the United States government to find these names?
We go to the War Department. We go to National Archives, things of this nature. Look up militia rolls. Look up. They have Civil War articles. We do our genealogy. Find I have 5 grandfathers that fought in the Civil War. So we plug these names in, and we know we owe some. I have records of my family, 2 sides, that have sons and daughters of the Revolutionary War. So we fought in Revolutionary War, Battle of 1812. We fought in the Civil War, so on and so forth. So, yeah, we can find those names. And the thing about it is the U.S. wanted them to turn over their treaties. I mean, their rolls, but they didn't turn over their rolls. So, but we can still find the names far as their military records.
And we was the ones that fought in the war and lost, right?
Now we won.
Oh, we won the war.
That's why they gave us land.
Oh, I thought we got beat up and they took
we whooped their ass. See, the Union won because the Indians in Indian Territory in the South joined the Union. They fought on side with the Confederate at first, then they joined the Union, and then they won the war.
So this is the war we fought. Was Andrew Johnson, right?
This is the Civil War.
Oh, this is the Civil War. Okay. What was the one with the red sticks when Andrew Johnson was coming to, I think was that.
That was the Creek Civil War, 1811, and then it rolled into the war 1812.
Yeah, that was with he came and took the
Andrew Jackson now, right?
Andrew Jackson, not Johnson. Okay. And that was some you had the north and the south, right? The red sticks, the ones in the north and ones in the south.
Right, yeah, Georgia and Alabama. Okay. Up in Little Creeks.
And which creeks was the one that sided with Jackson?
Well, shit, honestly, you had niggas on both sides.
Yeah, because I remember.
Brothers, two brothers, they might fight on different sides. This brother might get fed up and come on the other side.
Why would we want to fight with them when they wasn't on our side?
Well, they were mixed races. The mixed races came and attacked the traditionals under George Washington 1791 civilization plan. The civilization plan was not, hey, I'm gonna come down there and go to war with you. It was, how can we make some money together? And so they had ports and major trade lines down there, and the U.S. wanted to do business. So he sent Benjamin Hawkins down there to go speak with him and set up plays with people who would be willing to, catch a money play together. And so, the U.S. was finesse. They want to see how we can work together and make some money. They weren't really too much into violence, especially not against those people in the Southeast area, because those are the people that whooped their ass, defeated over 8 generals, and they came back in 1870 and asked for their assistance to fight the Mongoloid Native Americans because they couldn't defeat them because of the terrain that they were on. And, they couldn't go days without rations and water. Us, we goddamn drinking water out of cactuses and shit, finding water, purifying it, and eating raccoons and squirrels and whatever we found out there on the land. We mapped it out with the maps, the railroads, all of these things, and brought forth the West.
So your family, like on both of your family, all of them is from down Texas?
Nah. A lot of my migrations came during the Texas Revolution.
Okay.
Yeah, I only had one ancestor that was already in Texas before the Revolution.
Where was your family at?
South Carolina, Virginia, Florida, Georgia, Alabama.
Okay, it was over
Louisiana. Yeah.
And then they went. Okay, I got you. Yeah, see, because now you got me. I want to look into this. So you said we would have to look up the federal. What was it called again?
The 1866 treaty, also the 1870 March 22nd 1870 treaty.
All right, hold on, let me put that in.
And I left my email back there too. I know it's late. I know it's gonna be 1 a.m. for y'all.
1870 treaty.
Yeah, March 22nd 1870.
Oh wait, hold on, because that's the Franco-Prussian War. Wait a minute. March 22nd. Oh, March 22nd, 1870 treaty.
Right. But there's plenty more treaties that go back, but even before then.
Oh no, this is the Germany-Russian War. I'm out of. Hold on.
Yeah, put Creek. Just put Creek in front of
19. I said 19. 8. Hold on.
Look, click that March. Click the one you already had in the search bar.
1870 Creek Treaty. There we go. I got it now. The 1870 United States government did not sign a new treaty with the Creek Muskogee Nation, but instead worked to finalize and implement the reparations and loyalist payments promised under the Reconstruction Treaty of 1866. Following the Civil War, federal commissioners in 1869-1870 processed claims for over 6,000 loyal Creeks who fled to Kansas. allowing 1.8 million in losses, of which only a small portion was immediately paid.
Okay, so right there, what you got out of that?
They ain't give a shit.
You know that. Well, they say some people got it, but those are the people that were mixed race and had bloodlines.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but notice they had the word reparations in there. You see that?
Yeah, I see. Yeah, I see. So my thing is, you said we had to go to the Defense Department. You said
to find your records, you can go to the military. You can go to the military. The military joint and find your records. You go to National Archives and find it and put it in there. Look up muster rolls, look up militia rolls, things of this nature. Or
so we have to word it like
creek rolls.
We have to put in a difference between refugee Indian and free.
Yeah, that's why they had two. You got Article 2, you got Article 4. We don't want to come on Article 2 because they're speaking about an African that has no right to the land or no right to the mineral rights that's under the land. But in Section 4, they speak about the freedmen who are owed something, just as they speaking about right now. That's why they say the Reconstruction Treaty of June 14, 1866. That's what we were speaking about. And if you scroll up, they talk about trying to finalize a deal of reparations. Now you go back up. Yeah, they say they want to finalize and implement the reparation and loyalist payments promised under Reconstruction. Why they promised us reparations and money? Because we helped them win the Civil War.
Yeah,
there you go. And following the Civil War, and they preceded claims over 6,000 Loyal Creeks who fled to Kansas. That's why I say they left Oklahoma and went to Kansas, fought under USCTs under the Union and defeated and won the Civil War. For that, they were awarded reparations to what they had lost. You know what I mean? In what they had lost, and they were promised land and to govern their own self. So
is this part of Reconstruction in the South at that time in 1865? Is this what they're talking about when they was rebuilding after the Civil War, rebuilding the South?
Right, because now they have made a connection with it's a government that was already ran in the South, the Confederate government. That's why even a lot of these people fought on side of them. But the mixed races signed up with Albert Pike, and they wanted to basically switch places, then eliminate them, and they take the place. As they seen that they were owed, the government owed money, the states owed money, and still to this day, the reparations, that land or any of that has not been paid. So while we're asking for reparations for certain things, if we knew better, we'll do better. There is an inheritance if you know your story. As we seen the Cherokee, Trump gave the Cherokee hundreds of thousands of dollars because they were owed that. The only thing is they went under those federal recognized tribes and they had to split it with a lot of people that didn't look like them, and family did not fight for that.
The white people.
There you go.
So what is the Drum Creek Treaty?
This 1868 it was negotiated between the United States and the Osage. So when in that Article 2, when they talk about them moving people over into the land, they already had indigenous people that were already there. And so those people had their land taken so they can put these people that they moved out of the Indian Removal Act 1830 from Georgia, Alabama, over west of the Mississippi. Now, when they got there, it was already people there, but the government had gave up their land. So they're arguing that, hey, we need to be reimbursed because our land was taken by force illegally.
Well, I guess I got the answer to the question, because when we read all this stuff, I would just be wondering, like, why none of these so-called black people never took this. But even somebody like Malcolm X or somebody, like these people, even when you left, why did they take this instead of going to the world court? Why they just did? Well, I don't know. I'm just talking. I'm rambling.
I don't. Again, a lot of the focus, was in Mecca. Like they was Asiatic and in the Nation of Islam. They were taught they come. Yeah, so even the Hebrews and the commandment keepers, they taught Asiatic, nation of gods of earth, and then you had the Pan African. Everybody got us looking to Africa. They got us looking at all these places except the place that we were born in. Our blood, sweat, tears. We fought wars in, and our birthright is it. You know, so they disattached us from our roots.
Yeah. This is crazy because, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes just have me rambling because I'm looking like, well, why the hell y'all didn't go and take this shit right here and take this? And you know what's funny? I guarantee you, it was some black folks that did do this shit, but they
Oh
probably
yeah, that's who it was, and they just
solid.
busted down with the white folks.
Or me knowing what I know that this information was there, but I know the white man. I guarantee you, we did some.
No, these was our niggas that had something to do with it. 1866, these were niggas. The only thing was they were not from the South. They came down from the upper colonies, so they didn't view the people in the South as the same anyway. They came down there to dismantle their government and to create their own government down there. That's why the schools that they found, they named them after themselves and after Protestant schools and things. This from up north. So yeah, that plan that they implemented, the only thing they lacked was the political power because they were outnumbered because they were in another people country at that time trying to make it their jurisdiction through US expansion. So yeah, that's why that went like that. That's why Indian territory was to receive land because that wasn't in the jurisdiction of the United States. And they made a deal together and promised them, yeah.
So what I'm getting, I guess what I'm gathering now is based off of what you're saying. The same black power structure that did that is the same ones in control now.
Goddamn right, yeah.
As far as controlling our community.
Right. That's why our community got potholes, poverty, education is low, and it's because their bloodlines keep sitting on these seats. That's why they hold in office till they get in there until they pass, and then they'll people come behind them is 9 times out of 10 they children or someone in their bloodline. So that's how they keep it going. That's how they have these people in place to keep us still in this position with the drugs, with the.
Were these people, this black nobility, these people, were they Africans, continental Africans?
Nah, they was from up north, northeast area, Boston, Philly, Jersey, New York.
Christmas addicts in them.
Yeah, Black Boston was very Masonic. But this was after them. This is like the AME church, this the Methodist.
Okay.
Yeah, things like that.
Yeah, I just throwing shit in there, names in there. Now, but so this is your so even when you bring it all the way down to like the Boise and them, they will represent that group.
Right, because where the boy is from, Massachusetts, right?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, that's where that mentality come from. Versus the mentality in the South where Tuskegee, Tougaloo, and all of them, they were vocational schools that taught skills and things that we needed. You know what I mean?
He was a mixed race too, though, wasn't he?
Yeah, Booker T was a pun. Booker T was put in place because Joseph was he passed away at the age of 36. He was in Livingston College in North Carolina. And if he would have never passed away, they would have never went and go look for someone to replace him. So Booker T was a plant, and he was under the Rosenwall. That was his handler, Rosenwall.
He was doing what he was told.
The dude that did the syphilis experiment and shit like that. And yeah.
So you had these black people that's connected to these parties. Connect to these fraternity groups. Most of them came up north. They're the ones that's what
the face. They're the face. It's not necessarily a message, it's their face. Like even the Crisis newspaper, W. Du Bois wasn't writing it. They were writing it. They just needed his face and his presence, his influence on it, so it can become large in our community.
So when did the white boy come into play and kicking us in our ass then?
Well, he never did because in the 20th century, just the laws that switched. Now, a lot of them we trained them, and then they were used by other people that look like us, the hand and behind in the Wizard of Oz. They end up creating white supremacy, putting these people over. Like we spoke about the labor laws, they're going to take the jobs from us and give them to the immigrants, which would be the white population. They're going to come with the new Ku Klux Klan, KKK, under the Birth of a Nation movie. Now they have their scare tactics for as voting and things of this nature here. But the YT man didn't come into the 20th century that he was effective enough to be put in the situation, and he wasn't pure blood. It was a lot of these prominent melanated men who bred into white women so they can hide the crimes, hide the stealing of the land. And, if they was white and you was black, it wouldn't even, they wouldn't be able to look for them. And a guy named Robert Murray that worked at the National Archives, he wrote a book on all of the prominent black people that bred into white and known as white people today. And he talks about the crimes and shit they held. He was mad because he trained a Eastern European, and they demoted him and made the Eastern European the boss and docked his pay and everything. And so in retaliation, he was a part of the Niagara move, so he was in these circles, big time Mason, and so he went back and wrote a book and outed everybody.
Oh,
so those white people that was come from these prominent black families, once they got older, they were groomed to rule, and now they're ruling with a white face and a nigga last name.
Kicking us in our ass.
Yeah, it's the switcheroo, that checkerboard. Yeah, the checkerboard floor. Yeah.
So then that would explain, based off of what you said, that would explain why Muhammad Ali said what he said when he was talking to that white reporter. How they got the African going and they got the African role in the store, but treated the Negro like he wasn't shit.
There you go.
They told the nigga, you gotta go around back, nigga. What about him? He a nigga too. He ain't a nigga. He ain't a Negro. That's exactly what he said. I'm gonna see if I can pull that up. Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Let's see.
Hey, y'all jump on that like button
real quick before, because I gotta go to sleep. I gotta take my ass to sleep. Hold on, let me see. Real fast, while because we talking about it. Then how I word it? What I'm gonna say? Muhammad Ali talks about the Negro and the African.
Oh, and Ali had Irish bloodline in him too. Hey, y'all, make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Make sure the lights looking good when we get out of here. She said, yeah, Joker know how to spell my name now.
Hold on, wait a minute.
Smiling in your face all the time. They want to take your place.
This might be it. Talking about the difference of the Negro boy. I'm trying. Oh, denied service. I think.
To change your life?
Well, made me popular for a few days, but I wanted to do something good with it. So I went downtown. At the time, black people was marching to eat in the white restaurants, and they wanted rights to go where they wanted to. And so I said, I'll take this medal and I'll go downtown and I'll sit down in a restaurant. I got them on the spot now, and then I'll order something to eat. And I went down and I had my medal on, and the lady was looking. And I said, I'd like a cheeseburger. She said, we don't serve Negroes. I said, I don't eat them either. Just give me a cheeseburger.
This is it, but it ain't got the whole thing in there. I gotta find it when he said about the African went in the store I don't eat. I ain't gonna better find. You know how you try to find something on the spot.
Yeah.
I try to find it on the spot, but that's part. Wait a minute, race and integration. He was all. Oh, wait. Here it go, right here. Here it go.
We couldn't eat in the restaurants in Louisville. We couldn't eat downtown. One day I saw two Africans go in with their robes and their turbans. They couldn't speak English. I heard the man say, "Let them in, they're not Negroes." I said, "Something's wrong. I can't say it's because I'm black, because they're so black and they're blue," but they went in. So I said, "Well, I get my Olympic gold medal, then I'll go in." I went and got my gold medal, went back in, ordered 2 cheeseburgers, and they said, "Sorry, we don't serve Negroes." I said, "I don't eat them either. Just give me 2 cheeseburgers." And she said, "You getting smart?" She called the manager, and he said something about, he said, we couldn't eat in the restaurants in Louisville. We couldn't eat downtown. One day I saw 2 Africans go in with their robes and their turbans. They couldn't speak English. I heard the man say, "Let them in, they're not Negroes." I said, "Something's wrong. I can't say it's because I'm black, because they're so black and they're blue," but they went in. So I said, "Well, I get my Olympic gold medal, then I'll go in." I went and got my gold medal, went back in, ordered 2 cheeseburgers, and they said, "Sorry, we don't serve Negroes." I said, "I don't eat them either. Just give me 2 cheeseburgers." And she said, "You getting smart?" She called the manager, and he said something about, "I don't care who he is." She said, "I don't care who he is." Anyway, but I couldn't. The idea was I couldn't eat there, so I got so angry. I drove Dutch to the Ohio River and stood there and looked at
his medal. Yeah,
imagine
he cutting off. He threw his medal in the river. He got mad and he threw it. He told the story. He threw his medal in the river. But I remember watching this, and I kept saying, and based off what you're saying now, they treated the Africans totally different, and they understood that there was a difference between us and them.
Right.
All the way back then, and he telling this story, and this happened. This was 1958. And he like, "Well, they black like me." They said, "No, but he ain't no Negro. You a damn Negro."
Yeah.
And that right, and the brother from the nation showed me that. But I always, well, goddamn, who the hell are we then? Why the hell we get kicked in our ass so much? Yeah, but I remember seeing that story and him telling that story, man. But based off of what you're saying now, you drawing a distinction between even the up north Negroes and the one in the south.
Yeah, West Coast, Midwest, and also the Great Lakes area.
Hey,
Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Illinois, Indiana.
But who are these blacks that would have been in the north? That was these educated blacks. Like, where did they come from? Who are they?
Well, they the aristocrats. They the aristocrats. If you look at it, you see those huge buildings there, and you see that's where Freemasonry started. Philadelphia, New York, Jersey, Boston.
1896 with Henry Minton and all them down here at University of Pennsylvania.
Right, that's the Boule. Mm-hmm. His grandfather was Colonel John McKee. He was the richest man in America in 1902 when he died. All the newspapers flooded and said it.
Henry Minton's father?
Yeah, his grandfather. Yeah, so he coming from a different bloodline. That's why he have the information and able to get the keys to even run an organization like that. Because their other counterpart was a Skull and Bone at Yale University.
Man, what's the name was teaching us and he turned up dead though?
Who that?
Steve Coakley.
Oh yeah. But Coakley was another person that was inside with them.
Yeah, he
was. He was sitting at the table with them. So yeah, they kill their own.
Yeah, he started blowing the whistle. He started.
Yeah, they gonna get you out of there.
But I just think, but again, he to me is one of them guys that was. It's like me. It's like me. It's like my brother. It's like me being Black American and Cuban. My brother selling keys, and and I'm sitting in the car riding around with him all day. What you think I'm gonna eventually be doing?
Shit. I want some of that money too.
Yeah, I'm being grandfathered in. So Coakley and all them is like the guys that they're being born because their families is part of.
There you go.
things that's going on, but they start looking around.
What went on in the past?
Yeah. But I look at them like they like the guys that start looking around like, hold on, man, no, I ain't messing with this. So they decide to step out and tell, and they get rocked. They get rocked because you don't. Because one thing I know, you don't.
Mega Evans, don't be Mega.
Yeah, because one thing I know is like anything. You down there, I'm up here in Philly. You down there in Houston. You listen. I'm gonna use the street analogy. You can't be in the club and you know that's to do with the work and just walk up, yo, man, what's up, man? I heard you got the work, man. I'm trying to get. No, you gotta know.
Yeah, you sound like the Loud. Yeah,
you gotta know somebody that knows somebody.
There you go. We gonna put you in the door.
Get in, like you gotta be in. You gotta be you gotta be like family to be in. You don't get nothing.
Yeah, if we don't know you, you get nothing. We might rob you. You making your ass away from here.
So what I'm saying is, on every level is like that. So to even have that level of information, you had to be grandfathered in.
Right.
You don't come out just with the information. So when you see a Steve Coakley telling at some point, or even like a Malcolm X, when he got away, he said, man, listen.
Yeah,
man,
he started telling on that.
He started telling on everybody.
Hey, watch it here. Even like a Mason, the female Brent, 1850, the Eastern Star. In order to be an Eastern Star, you have to, your father have to be a Mason or your husband. You can't just walk in the people organization, a regular person off the street and say, sign me up. It don't work like that. Because these are, that's how they're able to put them in position, even those sororities. Like Ricky Smiley, he fell out. I forgot who he fell out with. And he said, do you know that Q Dogs run the radio stations?
Yeah, he started telling. They kicked him out.
You feel me? He said,
out the whip.
he told it all that they have a brotherhood where they make sure they put their people in place, especially when it has something to do with the masses controlling the mindset of the masses. And he told them, you know, he shouldn't have said that. I know he probably got in trouble, but in the heat of the moment, he told the truth, saying basically he can get people banned and all of this type of things. And you know that his sorority run radio stations.
And you ain't heard from that nigga since.
Yeah, they on his ass right now too. Yeah.
And they tried, and see, I remember, you know, they tried to make Steve Coakley seem like he was crazy. I don't pay that nigga no mind. He don't know what the hell he talking about. And I saw
dropping balls.
Yeah, he you know, but I always knew in order to get to national prominence when a white man put you on them cameras and everything, you had to be part of something. You had to be part of something.
Oh yeah, he'll tell us he was in there. What is that? He was in the files.
Yeah, you had to be.
He said he was in the file cabinet. He'll show them pictures. He'd be like, yeah, I stole this out of such and such office. Shit like that. So yeah, he was in with him.
Yeah,
but he came and brought us the truth, and
that's what I'm saying.
He lost his life for it.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. I just look at it in layman's term. I can't come be in Philly and go down to Houston and be like looking for a connect and just that's the nigga right there and walk right up to you and like, yo, man, I heard you. Y'all might throw my ass in the trunk. Oh yeah, I am that guy. Come on.
Nah, for real.
You feel what I'm saying? No, you gotta know. Your cousin you gotta know somebody.
Even like when the Indians during the Civil War, the Indians were the scouts and the interpreters, meaning that once they cross, they come to a river stream. Before they cross, they gonna send a spy boy over so he can find somebody to talk to in politics and let them know what they're doing. We passing through here. It's X amount of us. Can we get a pass?
Yeah, because shit was gangster.
You feel me? Or are they gonna take everything? You feel me? So you always had a nigga that knows somebody. He probably stayed in that village. Probably got a baby mama over there. Probably grew up over there and moved. I'm gonna go over there and holler at them and let them know we finna come through. And if not, then they gonna take everything.
So are these black nobility people? Are they Native Americans as well? That's been there a long time as running shit. Or
some of them, but some of them will be considered Europeans. These will be the real European nations. but they'll be coming out of New England. That's why they titled New England. That's why you got New Britain, New London. A lot of these towns are named after them. Albany, New York. You know, they played a huge part upstate New York, things of that nature. A lot of major treaty signed there. A lot of the wars that took place is going to take place on that eastern corridor, all the way down from starting with the Spanish St. Augustine on the coast, coming all the way up into the Sea Islands, Georgia, Florida, coming all the way up into Virginia, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, Long Island.
The Revolutionary War, like.
Say it again.
How does this tie in with the Revolutionary War? Like at that time, who was the people that was ruling Britain? Like, was they black or was they white?
They were black. That was George now. And George gave my family 300 acres for their participation in there. That's how I had the records of being a son and daughter of the Revolutionary War, because my 11th great grandfather fought in that war. So this tie in at the time because a lot of Indians fought on side of what would be called the newly United States. We got to remember that the United States didn't have a large army; they had militias.
Yeah.
So just groups of but they're going up against armies. So a lot of people left and fought, went down into Virginia in the South and fought with those people. In history, to be known as the Cherokee Anglo War. So you had a lot of people who was resisting, you know what I'm saying, these treaties that were signed to bring these people inside their lands. And so they fought them off until 1783, the Treaty of Paris that ended the revolution. But you had a fight before that, the 7-Year War, 1754 to 1763, where a lot of Indians were on the French side. But then after the French was demolished in 1763 and the British took over their areas, now the conflict will begin down in the region of Virginia, Tennessee, South Carolina, because the U.S. wanted to expand down. And that's what the Revolutionary War really was about, U.S. expansion.
Where are these black people at now, though?
Their descendants are still here. Hold on. Let me show you. Yeah, they descendants still here. And like before I came on, I heard Joy Reid over there talking about Thomas Jefferson. She was over there talking about Sally Hemings.
That's what I was about to say. I was about to ask you this question, because I ask this question all the time and nobody ever answers this question. I never asked you this question though. So I asked it to you because I've been asking this for years on the pro-black side and on Sinetta and everywhere. Whenever they talk about all of those the forefathers, right? And they talk about Thomas Jefferson, Thomas Paine, and all these people. How come we live in America and you never see their descendants? I never seen Richard Jefferson. Where's George Jefferson at? Where is goddamn
George Washington? George Washington family still here.
Where they at?
And they niggas.
This is what I'm saying. How come?
I get exactly what you're saying.
Well, I know that part because I know that they was fucking them black women. But
they was niggas.
Yeah, because that's what I'm saying. How come whenever they having like on Memorial Day or President's Day or any of these things, they never trot out next to the president the descendants of like Thomas Paine?
They hide them.
Where is Charles Paine, the great great grandson of Thomas Paine?
And Thomas Paine, watch this here, that Paine line. So Thomas Paine is credited to bringing the Illuminati here. Thomas Paine, his great grandson is gonna be one of the top richest men in the world, who's gonna sink in the Titanic. You knew that? Yeah, that's J.P. Morgan, them and all of them. They set him up, and he was unalive on the Titanic. He bought the Ohio company. He bought I think the Alaskan.
Moving on up.
Yeah, and Thomas Paine, you familiar with the Knights of Templars?
Yes. Okay,
so the first Grand Master of the Knights of Templar is what's his name, man? His name is Paine too. But Thomas Paine is actually going to be a descendant of him, the first Grand Master of the Masons. Now watch this here real quick. This George Washington. I mean, it's Thomas Jefferson, but George Washington in the bill too. that do honor them that side of the family.
Look at all them niggas.
You feel me? You say, and watch how they talk though.
But look, wait, go back real quick. Go back down real quick.
Look
at the big mama.
More rights that do honor
right
here at the bottom, huh? Yeah. In the middle.
Yeah, right there with the hat on.
Being shown out there. There they go, right there. Now they got some YTs in there, but everybody else niggas.
And this is Thomas Jefferson. I mean,
yeah, this Sally Heming's daughters. I mean, great granddaughters.
They got some money too. I know they do.
Now watch this here. Oprah gonna bring them on.
Evidence that has confirmed that Jeff with news. This 200-year-old sex scandal returned to the headlines with news of scientific proof
sex scandal. That was that nigga
DNA. DNA evidence that has confirmed that Jefferson's sexual liaison with a woman named Sally Hemings, a woman he owned. Before we meet Sally Hemings' descendants, I want you to meet Lucian Prescott and his sister Mary. Now they are direct descendants.
Man, that was that nigga Gal. Look at all the kids he had with her. She lived with him. Not only that, after that, the kids got paid. The kids kept the land. The land was theirs. The United States came and took it because it was real key land. It was prime land. But watch this here. Now they saying she's a slave. Now a lot of Indians, when you hear them talk about chattel slavery in the law means that the children take upon the status of the mother. So a lot of the Indian women, they didn't have a place for them in the jurisdiction. Now, if you was a landowner or things of that nature, then you a merchant or whatever, you would classify under white because you can vote. You have certain rights other people don't. In order to keep the Indian, because they're enslaving them on their own land, in order to keep them in check, they had laws out. The husband would have to free the wife. And a lot of them niggas didn't do that, so they can, like they hold green cards over them immigrant bitches' head. Bitch, you keep acting up, I'm gonna send you back to the island. But they, so he can have other families and mess with other women. A lot of times they wouldn't marry him so they can keep the advantage. But Sally Henry actually lived with him, cooked for him. They brought the culture, and they had a lot of children, and the land was passed down to the children.
It was like that. Yeah, a lot of people got their land acquired, was passed down when the slave owner died.
Well, daddy died. Now he a slave owner on paper because he had a household. You see what I'm saying? So he'll be considered, and then they have a farm, so he'll be considered a slave owner because the family, what they doing, they're working off the land, and he's gonna file them on his taxes as dependents. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's how it worked. It wasn't tie a nigga up, beat a nigga down, go rape the slave. That's 20th century history. That's 21st century history. But back then, no one was talking about that. Now these two white people are saying they're direct descendants of Thomas Jefferson. But watch what they say.
Of Thomas Jefferson and his white wife, Martha.
Real Road, what up, though?
Have you ever been asked to prove this?
Never. And in fact, one of the ironies about this is that the only proof that we have that we're descended comes from the oral history in our family. And we don't have any records. Nobody ever asked us to see our birth certificates or took our blood and tested our DNA or anything. I mean, we could just, you almost get the feeling that you could sort of walk in and say, hey, I'm one of you. And they'd say, oh, well, you sort of look nice and you're white, but come on in and sit down, So
you see how this shit work? Mm-hmm. So this the white side. They ain't putting records, DNA. You don't need no test. What the Pan Africans at now, man? What? Say, man, that's how when we turn around and say, man, you gotta be working with the people. You on some real Asian provocateur shit. But yeah, so the white descendants, Shit. They ain't nowhere in the picture while all this fucking going on, but they show up with all the money and the land and all this shit here getting bust down though.
Yeah, because I always used to ask.
Walking out the street, shit, you white. What'd you say?
I will always ask questions on Memorial Day, not Veterans Day. Yeah, well, Veterans Day, Memorial Day, President's Day, 4th of July. I'm in Philadelphia for crying out loud. Yeah. Right down here at Independence Hall. I ain't never see George Ben Franklin and George. I ain't never see Richard Washington stand on top, like holding the flag, saying my great grandfather George. Right, I ain't never seen them niggas.
Yeah, and Benjamin Franklin too. It's a lot of records on him. He was a melanated man.
Where Franklin at?
His brother was a prominent black, what they're called civil rights person for civil rights. And when he passed, they had huge parades. He was influential. A lot of influential blacks and whites came to his funeral. So
I used to always ask. I've been asking this for years. To me, if America was established separate from the British, and you had these forefathers, America like to show off everything. You think that they would show off the descendants of the goddamn
yeah, they'll whitewash them. You know, they'll whitewash them. But I say this here, for them saying that they're Europeans, if we go to Europe, we don't find no commemorations of them in Europe. You see what I'm saying? Right. Even with the black King James. King James is said to be the king of Europe, but there's no veneration of him there. The James Street down there is from St. James. The James Church down there is from St. James. There's no commemoration of him there, or no towns named after him there. But Jamestown, Virginia is named after him in America, which shows us that these people, yes, they ran the empires in Europe, but they were stationed here in the what is today the United States.
Oh,
yeah, okay. That's how they did the switcheroo on us.
Yeah, I'm looking for George Washington. I'm looking for Harry Washington in them.
I think I probably got it on here. His family too. He got some beautiful women in his family, and they still here today. Just like Oprah brought Thomas Jefferson family, they brought Washington family.
You down there in Texas. I'm right here in Philly. I'm right here at the epicenter.
Yeah,
literally the epicenter.
Yeah. George Washington was running back and forth through Philly.
Yeah, all of them was. The Independence Mall is right here.
Yeah. Philly always been that place. Philly, Jersey, New York, Boston. They always been. They got place.
Boston. They got Virginia. But if you want to see the remnants of the 1700s and what they was doing, that's right here.
Oh yeah. Like I said, it reminded me of a museum. The whole city look like a museum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's right here. Everything is what's right here first. When it in regards to that, like Independence Mall, the
AME Church,
the Capitol was here during that time when the Haitian Revolution, when they kicked off in 1790s, Philadelphia was the capital still.
Yeah. Until they burnt it down, they got in a little scuffle.
Yeah. It was the capital, so they was everything was popping off.
Philly was Debo's. Philly, they wanted to run their own program. They got their charter 1681 by King Charles II to William Penn, but man, even before then, man, they was rocking and rolling in Philly. Man, Philly always felt like they can stand on their own, so that's where the conflict came.
Philly is weird because Philly is a bougie city. Philly is a ghetto.
Oh yeah, that's what the aristocrats, the upper class, and the elite. You know, like that neighborhood y'all have in Philly where they can't tear down where all those old homes at from the colonial times. You familiar with what I'm talking about?
All right, yeah, but you gotta go to sleep, man, because you gotta go to school.
I can't sleep right now, though.
All right, well, I'm on a live.
You on live?
Yeah.
What's up, y'all?
What's up, Prince?
What's up?
All right, get out of here, man. You made me.
Shout out to the urban nerds, man.
Yeah, my son. You made me lose my train of thought. What I was saying. No, Philly is a bougie ghetto.
Well, it didn't become a ghetto till after they sent W. Du Bois in there with the Philadelphia experience.
Yeah, Philly is a city where you got black millionaires, white millionaires, and then the hood part.
Right.
And but people gotta realize it was the nation's capital, and it was also the first black renaissance before the Harlem Renaissance. It was Philadelphia first. So everything was here. All that was here first. So Philly is like it's bougie and ghetto at the same time.
Yeah, back in the game, it was very permanent. Like I say, even at the turn of the 20th century, they sent W. Du Bois in there. Remember the Philadelphia experience here? That's a good book. It's a motherfucker big, but it's a good book. But he went in and learned the strengths and weaknesses of the people in Philadelphia. One of the things they was upset about was how many prominent people were educated people, two-parent house homes, and they hated the fact that, like you said, y'all were bougie. Everything was top of the line and pristine.
Bro, James Ford and all them was here. They was all rich niggas.
Oh yeah, he was the richest man at the time, James Ford. You know, big merchant money. Yeah. Even the you brought up Richard Allen. His dad paid a lot of the money to help get the Declaration of Independence going. You know, so yeah, his dad, he ended up going back to Scotland, but and that's on this side. He was back and forth, but he left Richard with one of his friends who actually became the governor of Philadelphia after he left. So yeah, it's rich with history. They just, how can I say, they played their cards wrong because they wasn't gonna let nobody step over them or be greater than them, and the other people allied against them, and it tore down their infrastructure.
Between Philly and Boston, it was probably rivals. Philly and Boston, all that stuff.
That's what I'm saying. That New York, Jersey, and Connecticut and Boston teamed up on Philly. That's what I'm saying. They was all together at first though, but Philly niggas be on their own time.
Yeah,
they made a boss call like the mafia shit. Nigga gotta go. Nigga liability.
You'll come here when I'm gonna be honest with you. When you say that, I think about it, right? Because we used to say this. We like in North Philly, they got their little hoods. But even in our hoods was never ghetto. Like Philly was. See, it's hard. I'm trying to explain it. Philly can be very violent, right? A lot of murders, but it's connected to like the dope game. Not like I've been to other cities. I've been to DC. I've been to Boston. I've been to Harlem. Philadelphia never looked like that. Like just ran down the city. Like the Badlands look like that. Kensington and parts of North Philly, but West Philly don't look like that. Like you had your little ghetto areas, but Philadelphia had like a lot. We have a lot more nice spots than we had horrible spots. And there's always a lot of black people with money here. It was always like that with money. I seen other places, man, where niggas be poor as fuck, right? I seen these places, and I used to always say, "Yo, we bougie as hell, man. We go other places and shit like that." And people used to say that we was bougie, like, especially on the East Coast. They say, "Oh, Philly motherfuckers is bougie." It's the same. It's a lot of places be like just be fucked up real bad. And it's not like that over here. People think it is, but it's not. West Philly ain't as bad as some other places, man. Especially in the 80s and the 90s.
Yeah, you gotta think Philly go way back, man. A lot of those dress codes, man. That's Philly. Every time you seen somebody up there, they was in a suit. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Like, coming through there, that was the upper elite. They had the capital at one point. The capital of the United States was in Philadelphia.
That's what I'm saying.
So what Washington D.C. got, that was always a prominent black area. Boston was as well, Jersey as well, and New York. But like I say, they fell out with Philly because Philly wanted to run their own program.
Because Philly had elite blacks here.
Goddamn right. And
Philly
they felt like they can operate on their own.
Yeah, and Philly was a place where all those scamming black preachers came, like Father Divine.
Well, you know, the AME church was founded there in Philadelphia.
Right there.
The first prison system. First prison system, everything was there. Philly was like, don't come, take that shit somewhere. Don't come over here with that, because they were trying to protect their wealth.
First gentrification happened here, intimate domain, right down there where the AME church was. That's how all the blacks got the North. A lot of the blacks got the North Philly. They was in South Philly first by the water.
Yeah, South Philly is super historical too.
And they moved them. They moved them out of South Philly and moved them into past Moya Minson when they had the riot. It was 18. He had the big riot. Moya Minson. That was during intimate domain. And blacks and whites was gang war. Hold on, we'll see. Let me see. Hold on.
Yeah, they brought up Allentown, Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's Richard Allen family.
Moya Minson
named after.
Moya Minson riot in Philadelphia.
Hey, what's your name, Mama? Tribe, TRBE. What's your name? Tribe? Where you from? Welcome to the U.
Riot in Philadelphia on Moya Minson Street. I kept saying monument. It's not typing it in right. Damn. Hold on. I'm trying to find Moya Minson in Philadelphia riot. That's it. Moya Minson. Never mind. I ain't gonna type it in. Let me see if I can type it in.
Are you from Harlem? Legendary Top Cat 22 on Instagram. Follow me. I'm gonna follow you back. Harlem World. I might need a tour guide.
Well, do you see what Harlem looked like in the 70s and 80s, bro?
Yeah, compared to now. I mean, even in the 20s to 30s and all of that, compared to now.
Yeah, this is the 1834 Moya Minson riot, known as the Flying Horse Riot, was a violent multi-day race-based assault in August 1834, where white mobs, primarily Irish migrants, attacked black residents in South Philly, sparked a dispute over a carousel near 7th and South Streets. It resulted in the destruction of nearly 40 homes in the church and a widespread injury. This was a big riot that went on where
they burned down the historical part of Philly.
Yeah, we went.
All right, so you know that it was somebody set them up to do it. That was like some Antifa shit, some BLM shit. Yeah, them nigga dirty politics and some niggas in there.
And see, Octavius Cato, he died in 1871. You know how an argument over the right to vote, over the vote in the trolley cars, right? He got shot by a white dude. He had a gun and he had no bullets in it.
He should have pistol whooped him with it.
Yeah, he was
the guy close up on him and tried to hit him and take that gun.
They was trying to prevent us from voting because we had a lot of power here.
Exactly. Remember, that's what we've been talking about all through the bill. Keep bringing that point up about how they could not, they couldn't compete when it came to vote. Because always we are not the minority, we are the majority.
Now you know how they give you the Plessy versus Ferguson about the trolley car thing, right? He was before them. See, Octavius Valentine, he was a key leader in desegregating Philly's trolley cars, and he was murdered in 1871. Plessy Ferguson was 1896.
Right.
He was before all that. Like when they give you the Rosa Parks situation, man, that shit old, man.
Come on, man.
Old shit.
Yeah.
That they only did that learning from the stuff that was already going on. See, we was already gang war overseas in the 1800s up here. So yeah, like people gotta look at Octavius Valentine Cato, man, and they don't mention him either. They try to write him out of history because he wasn't no joke.
Yeah, he wanted to fight. Yeah, so yeah, they ain't finna have y'all out here wanting to fight.
So yeah, he came for money. He came for money, and a lot of our people, man. I showed you the picture. I showed you the picture of my great grandma. Hold on, man. In fact, I'm gonna show you where that picture at. I get the story. I get the story from my dad before he passed away, and my family, like this side, they wasn't slaves. They came for money. They came for money. And this picture I'm about to show you is in 1900? Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Because this is my grandmother's grandmother. Wait a minute, that's my mom right there. Hold on, let me share the screen. And I thought my uncle told me, I thought that she was from Roanoke, but she's not from Roanoke. She's from Bowling Green, Virginia.
Okay.
Oh, hit this so you can see.
Oh.
Share.
Turn up. Hey, y'all jump on that like button.
That's my grandma. My grandma, what was it? My grandmother's grandmother. And this is an old picture from, I think, 1900s.
And you see how they dressed up?
Yeah. No,
you know how much that it cost us today? If we wanted to buy something like that today, that should be down at $1,000, maybe more.
That's my Aunt May. She was born in 1910. So this is like 1910. She was born 1910. She lived to be 100.
Dope. Super dope.
Yeah. And you see her clothes? That's
the first thing I noticed.
They came from money. They wasn't broke. They had money. They was from up here. And they was part of that eminent domain. They had big houses down where Center City is on the south side. See, when they put Octavius Valentine, hold on, let me see if I can pull that. Hold on. I'm gonna show you. Octavius Valentine Cato statue. His statue is on the south side of City Hall, of the City Hall building on the south side, and that's where the blacks lived before they took it over. My family, what I was learning was my family, they had land and houses over there. They took the land from the people and moved them all into North Philly and to other places, right? So yeah, this is a picture, and this is a picture of my great grandmother. Right here. Yep. But
hey, what Gmail you see, Tribe? What you mean? Nah, hit me on legendary Typecat _22 on IG.
Now I wish she was alive where I could really talk to her and find out.
Yeah, man. she lived to be 102. She gonna have so many Jews. You gonna be out in the 1800s.
Mm-hmm. And see, my Aunt May, her daughter Aunt May lived to be 100. Well, my great aunt, that was my great aunt. That was my grandmother's aunt. She lived to be 100 years old. So I can go back somewhat, but I thought that they was from Roanoke because my cousins gave me bad information. No, they was from Bowling Green, Virginia.
Yeah, that's why we do research, though. That's why it's called research the research. Yeah.
Yeah, Bowling Green. So, no, man, I wish I was just knew the stuff that I know now when he was alive. I could have asked some of them. I didn't know no better than I was in the street.
Yeah, I feel you, man. You know, I feel the same way, man. I got to catch up. That's why I be so pressing my lines so hard because I feel like I'm late. I feel like I wish I would have been, able to think the way I think now. You know what I'm saying?
But what I do know on my father's side, that my grandmother and my great-great-grandmother, the lady I saw, they wasn't slaves. She was never a slave.
Right.
They came from money. But my father's side was. They were slaves. And they came from slaves. And a lot of them on that side is mixed race.
Yeah.
They mixed race people. But they came they came out of slavery. They were slaves. That's what I know. But I know on my dad's grandmother's side, they wasn't. They came from money. And some of them niggas still got money. But I don't know them like that. Yeah, I don't know them like that. But they still got paper. So yeah, that shit, man. Our family, man, we gotta see. You got me. I'm ready to go. to my aunt that's still alive, man. She got a whole bunch of obituaries. I'm about to go through all.
Man, go over there, man. You see what happened with Chanel? He had to find out at his mom's funeral. You know what I'm saying? And just imagine if he would have got the stories from her, and then they sit down as a family and put all the pieces together. So
yeah, I'm about to go through all those obituaries and find because I've seen some obituaries. It's some people that got different last names because they had kids that married.
Yeah, married out. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but I'm going to go through all that stuff, man. Because like I said, down there we had land, we had houses and land down there on the Octavius Valentine Cato side on the south side. And they took that land from the black people that was over there.
Yeah. Hey, and don't forget to tell them, man, like that you know, while a lot of them feeling like it's only one way to get reparations, restitution, let them know that, you know, it is other ways than just, you know what I'm saying, the conversation about it wrapped around the conversation. Like, it is some tangible things that we can do. It's just we're just gonna have to do some work to get it. You know what I mean? Nothing easy. You know, anything worth fighting for, worth keeping. You know, anything worth keeping is worth dying for. So, I mean,
I remember my grandma, because like I said, my grandmother, or my father's mother, she was kind of bougie, and she would talk. She was real light skinned, like real. We wasn't no goddamn slave.
Yeah.
She didn't grow up in the South. They did. My great aunt and them, they did. She grew up here. I don't know nothing about no slave. We wasn't no damn slave. Now, my other grandmom and them did. They talked that, but my dad's mom, nah, you talk.
She ain't trying to hear it. Yeah.
Ain't none of that.
They
shit.
Get down yonder. Yeah.
And she was real bougie. Like she was real bougie.
A slave. I can never be. Yeah, I got too much money, man. You know you talking to.
She wasn't with none of that shit. She would talk trash too, man. And she was old school. You know, a lot of old school guys. She was that colorism shit, man. She was fucked my grandma. One grandma.
She darker. Yeah, she get on the ass. Yeah,
shit, man. And I was too young to understand. But again, I didn't grow up in their time. So their thought process, you got somebody born in 1919. You know what I'm saying? So like in 1930, what are they doing outside? You know, so yeah, but I'm ready to go. I'm going over my Aunt Johnny May. Johnny May. I'm going to Aunt Johnny May house, man. I'm gonna go through them all them
picture books and all the obituaries and
And that's on my father's side because she got a lot of the stuff.
And get those names, write them names down, and put them in and start creating you a tree.
But I know on my father's father's side, they were in Eastern Shore, Maryland, New York City, and some down in Georgia.
Okay.
Yeah, so I know that, but a lot of them was coming out of Eastern Shore, Maryland, and then Georgia and Eastern Shore, Maryland. That's what they're coming up out of. But a lot of them migrated up to New York City. But when I was doing some of the stuff, I found a lot of them was like mixed race. And a lot of them was mixed race, and then they start marrying white people. So I just stopped messing.
Around what year?
What year? What we mean?
You said they started procreating with others.
I started doing
I'm saying like when they started like having mixed race, became mixed race.
Well, my father told me they had, because we got land down in Eastern Shore, Maryland. So a lot of them are mixed race. Some of them are black, but a lot of them are mixed race because they said that whoever the man name was John, when he died, he left land to his children. And that's how they acquired the land down there. But my father, before he passed away, knew this history. I don't know it. I just know what he told me.
Yeah, if you look into it, I remember I was looking for my second great grandpa, and my grandma told me, yeah, he white. So when I started looking, I didn't even want to find him.
Yes.
So my auntie put me on the phone with her cousin, who still live in that area that they lived in East Texas. And so she brought my second great grandfather up, and I say, that's the white one, huh? She said, who white? We ain't white. She said, he was an Indian. He fell down the well, pitching a bucket of water, and he fell down the well and broke his neck.
Oh shit.
So yeah, she said, nah, he light skinned it, but mouth full of gold, but nah, he was an Indian, he wasn't white.
Well, what I did was I had what I did was at that time before I really was coming to knowledge, I had me and my wife, we had took 3 DNA tests, right? We had took 3 of them. We took the Ancestry, all these different ones, right? But I knew, like some of my families that I knew was on there. They had came up on it. Some of the families that I knew, but I was looking in New York City, and I knew my father was still alive at the time, and he was telling me, "Well, that's your cousin there. That's Arnold and them. That's your cousin." I was like, "Well, who the fuck is these damn mixed race people? They only say 50% black. Who these damn people?" He talking about some they're your cousins too. So I started looking, but I stopped looking because they was getting wider and wider, man. And I, I'm hardcore pro black. I don't want to meet no white folks that's coming saying they my second cousins and shit. So no, I left that shit alone. But I know that they a lot of them is in New York. A lot of them is in New York City and down there in Eastern Shore, Maryland. So, but no, you gonna have me I'm gonna start digging. Because it for me it ain't hard to do because I still got an aunt that's still alive she got a lot of the paperwork. She do got a lot of the stuff, and she be knowing who people are. That's how I got these pictures of my great grandmother. I got it from my aunt.
Yeah, that's dope. That's dope, man. I ain't gonna hold you too much longer.
Yeah,
you got some last words you want to give the people? Let them know where they can find you.
Man, shout out to the people. Hey, you know what's funny? We got 300 some people in here. Y'all want to hear some fun? I've been talking to him for 2 hours. I'm telling y'all, this is the shit we was doing on the Google Hangouts, arguing for 4 hours about
nah, for real,
black nobility. And I used to be like, man, I say, who you gonna come teach this stuff to? So what we was just doing now is what we was doing 7 years ago.
Nah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
So, but I always come to top, man, when I don't know something in regards to this, because like I said, I don't talk about stuff that I'm not well versed in. If I ain't confident in what I'm talking about, I'm not gonna come try to tell you something. That ain't what I do. I ain't got no problem with coming asking a question and saying I don't know something.
Nah, it's real. That's real. Man, shout out to my aunt, Joyce Megan, man, over there running the numbers up, man. Let them know the channel and where they can find you.
Yeah, Street Media TV, man. Y'all can find me, man. I'm gonna email you. I got your email address. I'm gonna email you, man. We gotta set up something for next week when you come on there and do a presentation, man.
All right, for sure. I got you. Anything for you.
All right, man. Peace.
One. Man, shout out to y'all. Y'all been rocking with us 4 hours and 30 minutes on a Monday. Big up to y'all, man. Showing love. Appreciate everybody who showed love in the Cash App as well, man. Y'all ready to turn up? Hey, as long as we got each other, we don't need no motherfucking body else. Hold the goddamn line. Hey, shout out to the homie T-shirt guy. I didn't know who it was. They said it was T-shirt. I know you ain't mean nothing by it. You know, you're a real solid brother. So, yeah, I know ain't nothing troll about you. You feel me? Shout out to the family, though. I ain't know who said nothing, but you know, just want to respect the guests. You know what I'm saying? If it was some smoke, I would have let y'all know. But the brother said he didn't ask a question, you know what I'm saying, with no malice. So I believe him, you know what I'm saying? He a real stand-up guy in a real enjoying way. Man, as long as we got each other, we don't need nobody else, man. Hold the motherfucking line, strength and honor. What we doing in this life will echo in eternity. That's my motherfucking time. D. Legendary.
No, you want my love, baby. Got me twisted over. Got me twisted over you. I got what you need right here, baby. So what you wanna do? Baby, I know. Baby, I love you so, but you don't feel like I do.
but I gotta be strong, girl. You did me wrong. I thought we were really down. I thought we were down. Now you say you want me, girl. Make up your mind. I'm not gonna be here for long. You know you want my loving, baby. Girl, you got me twisted over you. I got what you need right here, baby. Baby, baby, in time. Baby, in time. Baby, I know you're fine. I know you're fine. That what you needed was me. No. Think about it, my dear. Hey, but I gotta be strong, girl. You did me wrong.
The kind of girl I would like to get to know if I could be. Hey. Cause when I look at you, I feel something tell me.
What did it tell you?
You're the kind of guy that I should make a move on. And if I don't let you know, then I won't be for real. I could be wrong, but I feel like something could be going on.
Feel like something good be going on. But I gotta be strong, girl. You did me wrong. And I thought we were down.
Fuck tonight, she getting fucked tonight, she getting fucked tonight, she getting fucked tonight.
Prince Coco, you got a skirt. You ain't gotta stir it, or you can stir it with your tongue. Hold up!
Knowing that you lying, we don't go for the hype.
Hey.
Catch up from behind, niggas know I'm a snipe. Second when I drive, baby know what I like.
Yeah.
Spray that pussy wild, let me go for a dive.
Oh, hey. Real Road, 901, Memphis, Tennessee. Get what? Huh?
You getting fucked tonight.
Get fucked tonight, get fucked tonight, get fucked tonight, get fucked tonight.
Giving me is enticing. Your pussy is my vice. I see you, we gon' fight. You getting fucked tonight.
You getting fucked tonight, getting fucked tonight, we getting fucked tonight.
Talk to me. Already gave you the time and the place.
So don't be shy. Come get the man that I need. Then you got you in it.
I want it. I kinda like it when you call me wonderful. Whatever the time to talk, it is come on there.
Yeah.
I gotta know you're meant to be the man I need.
Talk to me.
Talk to me.
Be the one that I need.
Talk to me.
Be the one that I need.
Talk to me. Be the man that I need, baby.
Hold up.
Talk to me. Be the man. Like to think you feel the same way.
Hold up.
I won't tell with you sometimes. So baby, let's get on the same page. Stop making me read between
the lines.
Already know I can leave it alone. Oh my.
Already gave you the time and the place, so don't be shy. Come be the queen I need. Tell me how something to give. I want it.
I kinda like it when you call me wonderful. Whatever the type of talk it is, come on, man. I gotta know you're meant to be the man I need.
Talk to me. Beat it, beat it, beat it, beat it, beat it, beat it. Beat it, beat it, beat it, beat it, beat, beat, beat.
Endurance and God, the spirits rise. Smoke curling like ancestors whispering in the skies. Dr. Sebi in my left ear saying heal from inside. This ain't no new plan, we the ones they try to deny. Before Columbus ever dreamed of ship to steer, we was building mountains doing rituals with no fear. From Yucatan to Galveston to New Orleans, yeah. That's the triangle of soul, but the rap being clear.
Taking lines and parades, his ancestral rights.
Tambourines and feathers under full moonlight.
We ain't never been out with the original man.
Built pyramids and bone flutes before Rome took flight. Top cat said it loud, stop begging for permission. Our culture ain't missing, it's just deep in tradition. We ain't African cause they told us we remember the mission. The land speaks Creole, so full of intuition. We been here through the blood and the drum, through the elders, the chants and the kiss of the sun.
Smoke right from the lead, yeah, we talk to the sky.
In the ancestors' rhythm, we never die.
Let's go.
We been here.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, we been here. Way before they wrote their lives, we still live.
It's a home, not a place we need up here. Giants singing through the pain and the tears.
Granny sat me down.
Roll some slow, voice puff, get a thing, let it come on up.
I inhale the jungle,
exhale the flow, spit stories that the textbook still scared to show.
Cigar lit like a torch from ancient rites. Aromas like prayers to the Orishas at night. New Orleans ain't a torch tale, it's like divine. Where the jazz horns been time and spirits align.
Forget Columbus, we was dancing in stars. Same day while dripping goes in bars.
Drums talking codes, spirits moving cars, look close. The past ain't gone, it's just behind the stars. From Congo Square to Trammy porches, we built this land on need for endorsement. The mighty Gras bees ain't just for the core. That soul on the home, we was gods before war. We been here through the blood and the drum, through the elders, the chants and the kiss of the sun. Smoke rise from the leaf, yeah, we talk to the sky. And the ancestors' rhythm, we never die.
Me say you.
Been here. Oh yeah, we been here. Way before they wrote their lives, we still live. This our home, not a place we disappear. Jaheim singing true through the pain and the tear, through the blood and the drum, through the elders, the chants and the kiss of the sun. Smoke rise from the leaf, yeah, we talk to the sky. And the ancestors' rhythm, we never die. We been here. Oh yeah, we been here. Way before they wrote their lives, we still live. This our home, not a place we disappear. Jaheim singing true through the pain and the tears of